Okay. Live, let's see. Yes. Alright. That on. There we go. Yo, what's up, J Diggs? How you doing today, buddy? Yeah, gotta stay hydrated, buddy. How you doing today? Just get y'all going. Grinding. Cash for elite. Live on YouTube. Alright, flash silver. Plan on streaming for at least 4 hours today. In between 4 and 12. Just don't know how much exactly. I definitely am going to stream at least 4. Because I did not stream yesterday. Went to hang out with my bros when they were done with work. At their place. Let's see. At work, sadly. Feels bad, man. When you getting off the clock? Did my yell go through? Yeah, okay. Alright. Yo, what's up, Tony? How you doing, buddy? 6 a.m. 6 a.m.? What time is it for you right now? That's really 10 hours away from me. I'm assuming you're in like UK or something. Hopefully, at least. And you got some boosts though. Got melee boost and 8% luck buff right now. We got a 10% luck well, so I did 3 mystic tickets today. But I didn't get lucky on any psychic pieces. I'll show you guys my lead achievement progress here after I finish off this dragonite. How many dragonites I got? 91 in this task. Got my gear. Alright, check out the achievements. So yeah, so 406, 265. 36% down with the crystals. Chest. 8 more world bosses. 21 KC at Necro. Got 2 left half tickets in the bank as well. Waiting to get right halves on. There wasn't any right halves on TP though. That was cheap. I checked earlier. On 10% will. 8:32 p.m. Oh, damn! You're same time zone as me then. Jeez. Oh, you work 12-hour shifts. Damn, that's rough. How many shifts do you do a week? Hey, bro. Good luck on the stream. Appreciate you, Diddy. Appreciate you stopping in here, buddy. Hope you have a good rest of your day, buddy. I hope everyone has a good rest of your day in here. Of course. Six days a week for 12-hour shifts. That sounds really rough. There's no way in hell I could do that. It's impressive that you can do that. Yeah, I was in a Discord yesterday, just scrolling through the RuneSaga Discord. Mainly just server media, I believe it was. It was either media or server media. And, yeah, apparently Effigy Swiper has been clipping my sussy clips. But I couldn't see them though. Just because it was copyright, copyright thing. Won't let you see clips that have music in it. Still funny though. Probably gonna put on the Tombs of a Mask track actually. Let's put on Tombs of a Mask. Yeah, let's do it. Osiris, Toa track. I don't know if I like Toa track or Tob track more. I can't tell. They're both really, really good and chill. Alright. Yeah, so boys, I did realize a night or two ago that dragonites is actually like nearly double money per hour. Like dragonites give you on average 9. I think currently it's like 8 to 9 mil a drop. Probably like closer to 9. Probably let's just say 9 mil a drop. But the thing about, and I could probably do like, kills every like 25 seconds ish. Um, yeah, that pretty much means that this is like 1.6 bill an hour ish. But Capone only gives you one engine every few hours on average with my gear, meaning that Capone's only like 950 mil an hour. So these are not only way better money an hour, but they're way more relaxed. So yeah, I'm only gonna go back to Capone when I get like really fucking bored of killing dragonites. So the plan is I'm going to sell off all my drops and use the ticket drops I get, so I can. So basically, I'm only hardcore focused on the 100 ticket drop right now, 100 tickets, Casey. And then once I get that out of the way, I'm gonna go ahead and do Capone. Well, I'm not. I don't know why I just said that. I'm gonna go get kill more dragonites for the T5, the last 2 T5 upgrades that I have left. So yeah, I'm looking really forward to that. I don't really mind doing these at all. I'd go as far as saying I'd rather do these than Capone, just because Capone's chip damage is slightly obnoxious. Yeah, getting late here. Can't stay long though. I thought I'd pop up and drop in a like. Wishing you the best of RNG love. Hey, heart emoji, bro. Appreciate you the love. Yo, what's up, Sparkles? How you doing today, buddy? I definitely saw you in Diddy's stream today, Sparkles. I cannot fucking believe that fucking Morgan got the 20 quid. I was not expecting that. That you were in shock when he got that drop. What was the bet though? Like, okay, 20 quid versus like, what was on the line for Morgan? Like, was he just gonna do something silly for the stream or what? Let's see. Dropping the daily like. Good luck on the grind. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, for real. I just gave him. Okay, so it was just a random. Just random. So you were kind of just trying to troll him. Within the troll. Fucking. Yeah. Ah. I think I'm gonna have my first PK stream. Within. If not next stream, probably the stream after that. I'm gonna do some PKing on a different server that I have in mind. Won't say it though, just because it's just out of respect, more or less. Yee. Not gonna lie, I'm excited to see you PK. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna love. I hope. Well, at least I hope you guys are gonna love it. I got skill for sure. I can. I guess I'll go a little bit in depth about even more about what my skill level is. So, I don't die unless it's just due to ping or like an uneatable stack. For example, like an on pid. Like if someone hits me a 150 Invisa on pid, it's impossible to eat that, so I'll die to that. Or if it's like a pid swap and then they chance and kill me the same tick, that's also uneatable because the hit splats occur instantly. All of them stack instantly. But obviously, ping is the most deadliest thing because ping causes delays in your eats very commonly, which get you killed quite often. But I mean, as far as like Invis-avenging, AGS double maul and a good AGS XP drop, I can do that every single time without fail, pretty much. Probably like 95% success rate at least. I'm also able to do this thing where I take off these 3 pieces of armor, and then I Invis-avenge. So I cast Vengeance and Invis-avenge. So I can take off I can do all those 7 precise clicks in the same game tick. Which I'm also excited to show you guys that. That's probably, I mean, if my eating isn't the most impressive thing I can do PKing, it's definitely that. The off-arm Invisa and 1 tick. But as far as what I'm good at PKing wise, Anything Venge and Peer, I obliterate at. I know all the strategies and shit. But, as far as complex moving as a Peer, I'm not the best at. But I still understand the mechanics and pretty damn good at it. But then, I don't do any Brit or NHing, though. I've never found much fun in that, just because in Venge, they can't pray against shit, you know? It's your eats are, you know, gotta worry about eating and not getting chanced a lot harder. And I just find that more fun than just, you know, getting prayed against. Let's see. Your clicks are up there with the best. How do you think you would fare against Big O? Big O would dominate me in Brid and in H, but I would dominate Oda in a Venge fight. I'd go as far as saying Oda wouldn't be able to chance me once, unless it's due to something out of my control. As in, like, a ping he doesn't register and type shit. I would fucking obliterate his ass. And that sounds cocky, but I think you guys will understand a little bit more when I do the PK stream. Because I've been at this for 6 years, nearly daily. Trying my best to get better. Yeah. But for all I know, you guys, I mean, I might be talking out my ass. You guys will just have to see in the next couple of streams. I did make an iceberg chart as well, as far as like my own, like, it just basically what an iceberg chart is. It's just basically, it's 10 sections of a picture of an iceberg, and it just basically covers a topic with a lot of information attached to it. And I made my own Venge PK iceberg. I'll go ahead and show you that real quick, guys, after I get this yell out. I'm grinding elite achievements. 500. Alright. I'll show you both pieces of it. It's just sitting on my desktop, so I'm more than happy to show you to you guys. Just let me get this image going. Let's see. Properties. Oop. Get that on as well. Okay, browse. Desktop. Alright, so here's the first section of the iceberg with more information, but this is like more the more basic stuff. As far as like skill, how known it is and how skillful it is. Like, this is just more of the basic stuff. The face of the creator matches how hard the information is / how known it is. So for example, more people in this world / it's easier to do to like a one tick. Everyone knows what a one tick is, and realistically speaking, most people could do that. You know, even if you're like, as long as you're like good at PVM, you could probably one tick pretty easily. But then, like, for example, like the meta inventory setup, character true location, like, you don't have to eat an on pid spec. A lot of these, like, those things, you know, the average person isn't going to be good enough to do it. / most people aren't even going to realize what the hell I'm talking about when I say that. And then I'll go ahead and show you the second part, which is where the most unknown information is. Because the really interesting thing about Venge PKing is a lot of the information that's attached to it is just, you can't find anywhere on the internet. You won't find a video. You won't find any secret forums talking about it. The only way you can find about some of this information is if you go to the right person and they're kind enough to tell you what that, to tell you it. But yeah, let me go ahead and pull up that second image right now. Alright, is it this one? Yep, it's this one. Okay. So this is the last 3 sections. So you got like eating an Invisivenge that's on PID, and if you, the 120 attack strategy. I mean, mastering all known unpredictability strategies. Then you have like the Oda block never die strategy. Using a poison timer, dying one time every 300 to 1,000 hours plus of high risking to something that's your fault. Like not eating on XP drop without getting chance, you know. a lot of these things, it's just, especially on these bottom 3, it's gonna take an insane amount of time for you to even do it like once, nonetheless like master. A lot of these things you guys don't even understand what it means. Okay, so yeah, that's that. I think what I'm gonna do is, fuck it, let's just make content and let's just talk about the iceberg chart that I made. Yeah, might as well. I'll just put it like right here. Though, I mean, that's definitely going to be more entertaining to talk about than staying quiet this stream. So I'll go ahead and talk about that. I'll go ahead and start again on this section 1, which is again the most commonly known information. Because how I made this iceberg is the deeper in the iceberg you go, the less known it is, and the harder the information is to actually do in general. Let's read chat though, real quick, before we start this. I missed one stream and you ended up streaming a bug abuse, even though it was 100 times lower, because that must have been hilarious. Yeah, I would go as far as it's probably like the top 5 biggest fuck ups I've had in my life. I'm not even gonna cap. Because what happened is I didn't realize, it sounds silly, but I didn't realize I was bug abusing because like, when I realized it was possible, I was just so excited to just show it off to you guys because it would be so hyped for content that I didn't realize, dumbass, this is bug abuse. So, I deleted the clip. I ended the stream right away when I did realize, so at least I did that. But yeah, that was an honest, I'm going to be honest with you, that was an honest mistake. I did not intentionally stream bug abusing. I'm very grateful for WetWizard not taking any action against me, because I'm going to be honest with you, even though it was an honest mistake, I 100% deserved to get at least my account banned. I'm going to be honest, or at least muted, but yeah, definitely shout out to him. But here on out, I'm going to just, the only thing I can do is being 100 times more careful with what I'm doing. So yeah. But besides that, let's go ahead and get what else is going on in chat. Hey, what's up, chum? How you doing today, buddy? Venom, how you doing, buddy? F you, Venom? That's not a wholesome Chungus moment. I'm just gonna camp ring, agreed, honestly. I'm gonna get way too distracted talking about my chart, so the prec ring is staying off for now, boys. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Joseph? How you doing today, buddy? You're lucky I ain't a mod. Easy ban. Oof. JK. The yell spam alone was worthy of a mute. Yeah. But, like, was it actually... I don't know, was it actually spammy, though? Because I was doing it once every a minute, I don't know if that's actually considered spam. In my opinion, it isn't. But it did definitely look spammy and yo, I'm not gonna lie. That's definitely another thing that I didn't take into consideration. But yeah. You live and you learn at the end of the day. I'm a human. Everyone here in the chat's a human. Humans make mistakes, So, the only way, to make it better from here on out is learning from your mistake and becoming a better human being because of that. That's the right way to do it, and just, leave the mistake in the past. It's the only thing you can do. But besides that, let's go ahead and get into this iceberg chart, start talking about it, because this is easily like 60 minutes of content for this stream. Got a yell pre-typed, I'll go ahead and throw it out in a couple minutes. It's a yell. Earning elite achievements, live on YouTube. Yeah, basically what I did today is I woke up late, took my doggy out for his 30-minute walk. What else did I do? After that, I just basically hung inside, watched some YouTube, watched a little bit of Didyscape until I was cooled down enough to like go run some errands. And so yeah, I just basically went to the gas station, got some gas in my car. I got a 24-pack of water bottles because I was down to 2 water bottles, so I got my hydration going. Yeah, and I just came back, ate, went live. Okay, let's go ahead and get I guess I'll just do this. Alright, let's go ahead and let's get into the iceberg that I created. So again, this is an iceberg covering in general information associated with vengeance style PKing. But obviously, it's not all of it. It's not just, technically speaking, isn't just vengeance. Technically, some of this does tie in with just PKing in general. Pure PKing, you know. Not all of it's considered like venge, but most of it, I'd say, is definitely considered to be attached to the vengeance topic. Let's go ahead and get into it. So section 1, we got player identification. We got PID. So basically, what PID is how that applies. So basically, the important thing to understand about PID is there's two types of PIDs. There's in a fight. There's on PID and then there's off PID. On PID means on PID means that when you hit with your, let's just say with a whip, on animate, your hit will show up quote unquote instantly. And what that means is when people say it occurs instantly, what they mean by that is the damage splat registers on your opponent literally the millisecond the animation starts. And because of this, there's some predicting ahead of time you gotta do with an on PID opponent. If you are off PID, which by the way, on PID is a fucking massive advantage, okay? Eating an on PID hit, eating in between on PID hits is so much harder than off PID. It's so hard that back in like 2017, 2016, when I was getting into Venge for the first time, I didn't even realize that it was possible to even singly an on PID hit. I didn't even realize that. But yeah. But as far as off PID, that just means the hit splat occurs one full game tick after the animation starts, which is 0.6 seconds. One tick is 0.6 seconds. This whole entire game is just it's just a tick. It's just based off ticks. Everything's based off ticks. All right. The last thing you should know about PID is it swaps randomly, 100% randomly, but on average it swaps every minute and a half-ish, I'd say, around that. And again, completely random. You can't predict a PID swap. It's impossible. And it's the type of thing where you can swap 5 times in a fight. 1, 2. PID couldn't. It's possible for your opponent to literally have PID for 5 fights straight. I've had that happen to me quite a few times in my time of PK, including recently even. It's just completely random. And then the last thing you should understand about about PID swaps is when a PID swap is occurring, it only takes one game tick for the PID swap to go through. But in that one game tick, all of your hits stack in that game tick. Every last one. So Avenge, AGS, Gmaul, typically you have time to eat in between the Avenge, AGS, and Gmaul. But not on a PID swap. Not when they're going for on the tick of a PID swap. All hits occur instantly. Impossible to eat. Guaranteed chance. But of course, dying to a PID swap though, it's incredibly unlikely. To even get chanced by a PID swap, it's incredibly unlikely. Just because you're getting a PID swap chance doesn't mean it's a guaranteed kill. You got to get the RNG on top of it, which means, again, you're not likely to get the kill. And it's not an efficient way to go about things as far as killing your opponent. That's really good. Alright. Let's get a sip of my water. Alright, DCs, disconnections. What I mean by that is, well, everyone knows what a disconnection is and how it affects your gameplay, so, yeah. Sometimes it's the game's fault, sometimes it's your internet's fault. Could be a DDoS, there's a few different things that could happen to cause you a DC. And again, it's deadly. It's very deadly. Some private servers have it where if you DC, you instantly teleport out of a fight. But like, for example, if you're playing like the real game, it's not going to do that. What's going to happen when you disconnect is your character stays in the game for 30 seconds, and you can't do anything with your character, of course. Meaning that your opponent has 30 seconds to deal enough damage to you to get you to 0 HP to kill you. That's how it works. Okay, next up, RNG, aka random number generator. You know, a lot of things in this game is based off very based off RNG. It's completely random. I guess how this applies to PvP is, I guess I'll talk about how it applies to like dealing damage to your opponent. So when you hit with your whip or like you AGS spec, what's going to happen is the game is going to do an accuracy roll first. If you successfully do the accuracy roll, the game's going to roll a 0 to whatever your max hit in that current situation. And what I mean, let's just say in general, I'll explain to you what I mean by in that current situation eventually when I talk about a certain other mechanic that's really interesting and overpowered. But that's not until really deep in the iceberg. But the main thing is just understand is if you successfully do the accuracy roll, 0 to your max head occurs. All of it's equal chance. The chance of you hitting a 1 with an AGS spec, same thing as a 75. You could literally do the accuracy roll and still hit a 0. But if you fail the accuracy roll, you're guaranteed to hit a 0. I'm big tired. You should go to bed, buddy. How you doing though today, Chris? I definitely saw you in Diddy stream today as well. Feels good, man. But yeah, we're just talking about I'm just talking about the Venge iceberg that I created. Just going over all the information. Just 10 sections I got to get through. There's a lot of information I'm going to talk about for probably around the next hour-ish or so. Let's go ahead and get this yell going. Okay. On that Mew grind? Hell yeah. How many, what is it? How many T4s do you have up to this point? Let's see. Okay, so as far as... Oh. I'm allergic to ads. Let's go ahead and skip that real quick. Alright, there we go. Okay, so next thing we're talking about is what is ping. Ping, so when you click your mouse... an electric impulse gets sent to the server. The servers so there's servers, like this even applies to RuneSaga. RuneSaga has servers that like Wet Wizard, Jesse, and Lark pays for, so we could actually play on them. To make it like an online thing. Well, if you want to actually do an input into the server, what's going to happen is you're going to click your mouse, and an electric impulse goes to that server location, wherever the server location is in the world. And then it's gonna basically say, okay, I understand you're doing a click. Let's get this click going. And then it's gonna send another electric impulse to your PC and / your game, and then the click registers. The farther away the server is to your location, the worse ping you have. And this is a common fallacy people believe, where ping has nothing to do with your internet. Once you have good internet, I mean, like, it really just doesn't have anything to do with the internet. You can have dog shit ping, but have the best internet in the world. That's how it works. Because, again, has to do with your internet. It has to do with how fast that electric impulse is going to the server and back to your PC. You know, if it's a mile away, you're going to have 0 ping. If it's a 3,000 miles away, 2,000, 5,000 miles away, you're going to have, 100 plus ping, That's how it works. And how ping affects gameplay, specifically for Venge PvP, is in 2 situations. And they're very, very, very frustrating. The first one is dead clicks. So I'd say, expect a dead click every like 10 to 20 clicks you do. That's usually when a dead click occurs, I'd say. But the second, more annoying thing is when your inputs don't occur instantly, a lot of the time. And the worse ping you have, the more often your clicks don't register until like 1, 2, even 3 game ticks later. Like, if you have 300 ping, I'm not even capping when I say half of your eats will occur not instantly, and it will literally occur like 3 ticks later. I'm not even capping. It gets that fucking bad. Let's go get these dragon bones dropped. A little bit unlucky this task. I haven't gotten a ticket piece yet. Okay, you need 2 more pieces? Okay, so 4 to 6. Hell yeah. So you're getting pretty close then. That's it feels good, man, at least. Alright. That's everything you need to know about ping. Untradables break on death. It's pretty simple. I guess we'll just talk about what OSRS is like as far as this goes. So if you're in 20 wilderness or above, you lose untradables on death unless you have Trover Parchment on it, which costs 500k coins at Peridot plus Trover Parchment to get it, let's just call it imbued. And what that means is you won't lose that untradable past 20 wilderness as long as it's imbued. But when you do die, you do lose the parchment on it, meaning you gotta reparch it. But if you are using untradables at 19 wilderness or below, it'll just break on death. I think like the Avernic is like a 1 mil fee. Infernal Cape pretty similar. Yeah. Holy shit, I just got a fucking Mystic ticket. Damn. Feels good, man, boys. That's 1 KC. Feels good, man. Alright. Alright, it's safe to put on another yo. So apparently I'm stupid and can't figure it out myself. Can you teach me how to do my donor dragons? I got 50 tokens and enter the green portal, but there's nothing there. Just go, if you're in the instance already, just go to the middle of the instance. Go a little bit north more. There will be a donor dragon sitting right there. That should solve your problem. You didn't go in the middle of the instance. Yeah, it'll be there. You don't actually see the dragon when you enter the instance. That's probably the part you're getting confused on. You actually got to go north a little bit to the middle of the instance to actually see the dragon. And again, protect from magic is all you need to do, along with like piety or whatever you're doing. I drink an anti-fire as well, just in case. I don't know if anti-fire does anything, but I just do it just in case every single time. So no instance offered. So how it works is you get 50 donator tokens, and then with that donator token you get a 20-minute instance. And in that 20-minute instance, you get 5 dragon kills. But once you get the 5 dragon kills, and it will tell you in the chat, 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, this 5. But once you get that 5th dragon kill, you can't do another instance for, I believe it's 24 hours. Yeah. Once you get that 5th kill, 24 hours you have no access to donated dragons. The green portal to the west. If you're in the what is it? I think it's like the $25. Yeah, the $25 rank one. I'm assuming. Yes, there's going to be a green portal you're going to enter, and it's going to ask you for 50 donator tokens to create the instance. Because you'll see like a create instance button when you click the portal. That's what it should be doing. And then when you click create instance, it'll say create instance for 50 donor tokens, and that's how you create it. I click the portal, I just go in, no asking. It'll ask you do you want to create this instance, and you need 50 donor tokens in your inventory in order to create that instance. That's 20 minutes long, and then once you agree to paying the 50 tokens by clicking yes, the instance will begin, and that's when you get you just kill it 5 times, and that's it. Pretty simple. It doesn't though? What's the... Yeah, it sounds like you had the wrong portal. Yeah, I agree with Michael. Because it's going to be right next to those skilling, AFK skilling, like, trees and, like, the data diamonds. That's where that instance portal is going to be located at, right next to the bank chest as well. What's up, BSK? How you doing today, buddy? I'm going to do a 4-hour stream right now, and I'm just going through my Venge iceberg that I created myself that covers a lot a lot of the knowns and unknowns about Venge PKing. I created this iceberg probably like, I think like 8, 9, 10 months ago. Okay, anyways, let's go ahead and continue talking about the Venge PKing iceberg. Oh, let's read this real quick. Okay, yeah, wrong portal. I was up to the west. Big portal that looks like a pest control standing symbol with a green and a curse symbol on it. Alright. Let's see, what's the next thing I'm going to talk about? Vengeance. Let's just talk about the spell Vengeance and what it does. So you can cast one Vengeance every 30 seconds. And Vengeance breaks when your opponent hits you a 1 or above. And what it does is it recoils 75% of the damage splat back at your opponent. So yeah, very deadly ass spell. If you use it on top of like a special attack and of Ring of Recoil, incredibly deadly. Yeah, but obviously when it comes to Vengeance, the important thing to understand about that spell is, okay, so metas have changed, which means you're not supposed to use Venge just willy-nilly. Just what I'm saying is, don't cast Vengeance the second you can cast Vengeance. You're only supposed to use the when you're going for chances, and even then, you're gonna want to put your Vengeance as close as possible to the tick you're specking, if possible, same tick, which creates an Invisivenge, which I'll talk a little bit more in depth once I hit that topic. But yeah, those are the important things to know about it. Let's see. Monkey come to de-own and look for Stoic? I think you're just helping someone. Let's see. Efficient PK builds. So obviously, like, I'm talking about, like, OSR. Like, it can apply to all servers, I guess. But, like, you know, there's certain PK... Ooh, I got a left hit half ticket. That feels good, man. Too bad it's not right half, though. Got, like, that's my third one in the bank now. But, you know, for example, like a 99 strength, you know, 50 attack, 1 defense, 52 prayer, 99 HP build. It's going to be a lot more efficient than like a 80 attack, 80 strength, 70 defense build. You know, your KO potential is going to go up, is way, way higher than, you know, doing a build that isn't meant for PKing. Because you're not only is your max hits better, well, in general, it's just max hits is the priority when you're making builds. You know, it's not defense, it's not accuracy. At the end of the day, it's max hits. Yeah. Got a glue pap, that's cool. It's a full crystal key right there. When's the next, okay, 38 minutes till world boss. Let's get this yell going. What are we at? Total votes. 21, not bad. Got 13 left on this task. Alright, let's continue with this iceberg. On/off pid. I already talked about that. Let's see. Death and PKing is inevitable. You could literally be a PKing bot that understands everything perfectly, you know, and has 0 ping as well. But even then, you still would die sometimes because there's max damage scenarios that are quite literally impossible. One thing I can think of right away is an on-pid Venge AGS stack of 115, because you can't go past 115 while you're in a fight. But they can still hit the 115 Venge AGS on you, meaning that you still will die to it, even though you know, even if you perfect it, you're still gonna die if you get that unlucky. Alright, next up we got high risk PKing is the best GP per hour. Pretty obvious, you know, you could literally do like a 10 bill risk fight, and that no arm risk fight, and that will last like 5 minutes, you know. That could literally last like 5 minutes. That could literally last fucking 10 game ticks, that 10 bill win. Like, it just, you know, it just depends on a mixture of how smart you are, how good you are with your skill level. I mean, Yeah, on your RNG. Alright, next up. Let's see. Death, I already talked about that. Real world trade, that's pretty obvious. I mean, it's against the rules. Not recommended to do, but people do make an ass load of money high risk PKing on the real game. Alright, PID swaps. Again, I already talked about this. All hits stack instantly on the one tick that the game does PID swap, so. But it's, you shouldn't go for PID swap chances. This is not efficient in any scenario. Alright, healed up. I was never into PvP, pretty firmly against it. Yeah, that's how most people are. It's there's always something. Yeah, I mean, if the skill ceiling doesn't turn you off, it's the money. You lose a lot of money before you start gaining money. And even then, there's so many cheaters in the PvP scene. Those three are a huge turnoff for most people, which is exactly why the PvP scene is so fucking dead. Alright, ooh, got a range card. That's not bad. Okay, let's continue talking. One ticking. So, what a one tick? In order to do a one tick, all you need to do is click a weapon that has a spec bar, clicking the spec bar, and then clicking your opponent all in the same game tick. A one tick will occur. And what a one tick means is you're leaving the least amount of delay for your opponent to react to a special attack. If you do it on PID, they literally have to predict ahead of time to be ready for you to eat it. If it's off PID, they still have a one tick delay, but you can still use it to your advantage. Just because you're off PID doesn't mean that you can't utterly obliterate some insanely high skilled opponents. It just means that you gotta make your plays gotta be a lot smarter, and yeah, that's pretty much what it means. But obviously, on PID specking is meta quite more often than not. But again, that gets really confusingly entangled with being an unpredictable PKer in general, because again, there's so many situations that could be put in. Let's see. Even though I don't PK myself, I think it's funny how toxic it is. That's why it's funny. Yeah. I would go as far as saying, so we got PvP, PVM, and then player versus experience. PvP, hands fucking down, the most toxic scene by a fucking landslide. Okay? If you see some of the like DDoSing clans, fucking, you have these people digging up personal info, doxing. There are some serious fucking rats. But even then, even though this is obviously a lot milder, but like, there are a shitload of insanely egotistical people. Let me tell you what level of egotistical some of these fucking PKers are. You will literally. Okay, let me just tell you about what happened to me recently. This has happened to me hundreds of times. I will offer a 30x. A 30x. That means, to put that in perspective, that's like risking primordial boots on the real game versus a twisted bow in the real game. They'll decline it, but they won't just decline it. They'll also call you garbage at PKing after declining a 30x. That's the level of egotistical a lot of PKers. Now again, this isn't all PKers. This is just some of them. But these some PKers are so toxic that they make it the most toxic scene as far as content you can do. Let's see, what's up? What's next? DDoSers. I think everyone knows what DDoSers are. Literally, RuneSaga got DDoSed like 2 weeks ago by some dipshits that got jealous of it blowing up. Yeah. But if you're wondering what a DDoS is, it's just basically you're sending packets of information to the server to a point where it overwhelms the server so hard that it just, it's literally becomes unplayable. That's basically what the gist of it is, if I can remember correctly. I do watch some, mostly Framed. Yeah, Framed, you know, he's a wholesome chungus PKer. He's not, I wouldn't consider him a toxic PKer. Yeah, he makes some good quality content as well. I like watching him. Alright, what's next? Triple eating. Triple eating is the best I'll just say in general. It's the most HP you can heal in a game tick is by doing 3 specific eats. You eat a 22 healing food, let's just call it an anglerfish. But there's also manta rays and tuna potatoes. And then you drink a Ceradomin brew afterwards, which heals 16, and then you eat a Karambwan after you drink the brew. You do those 3 ticks in 1 game tick, and it will heal you 56 HP. And you're going to be triple eating in between, for example, an AGS and Gmaul, so you don't die. I meant some equal to RS PvP. Yeah, I watch a lot of PvP YouTubers. Okay. Now, the reason why I say in general is triple eating isn't the only meta eating strategy there is. There's actually 3 separate situations that call for different eats if you do want to eat the best way possible, which I'll get into deeper into the iceberg because that's more complicated stuff. Okay, looks like I have 0 on this task. I'm going to get this yell out. I'm gonna finish this guy off. Alright, let's go ahead and get a new task real quick before I continue with this iceberg. Alright, can we get a dragonites right away? Nah. NFS. No. 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 I choose champs. Okay, here we go. 60 dragonites. That's actually a decent task. Good for Slayer points. So yeah, I got 3 left halves and then 1 full ticket. Let's go ahead and open the crystal keys up real quick. Got 2 crystal keys to open. Alright, let's see. I'm not really expecting anything from these. Yeah, garbage. Someone's got Ranger boots off a Dragonite 27 KC. That's pretty lucky. Okay, let's go ahead and get 6 of these, 12 of these. Pot up a little bit. Alright, let's go. Yeah, this 90 agility obstacle is giga OP. You just click the crevice, and you're literally already at Dragonites. It's like, it saves you, like, I think around 2.5 minutes of running. 2.5 minutes. Such a nice time save. Okay, let's go ahead and pot up and continue talking about it. Why not auto loot to bank? I don't think that's possible with the Ring of Retrieval. I think the auto loot to bank feature is with the collector's ring. If I'm wrong, I might be wrong though. You know, if you know how to auto loot to bank, please tell me, because I will put that on. But, you know, there is no auto loot function on it, and I don't think there's any NPCs that does that. So I'm assuming it's just a collector's ring thing. And the only way you could have gotten the collector's ring was before RuneSaga even started at its servers. I had no idea. Yeah. Then I'm assuming it's just collector's ring. Hey, what's up, Beast K? What's up, buddy? Thought Ring of Retrieval did either. Nah. Don't think so, at least. Okay, back to the iceberg. Venge King is a topic with a ton of info attached to it. A lot of people will get the wrong impression that PKing is very simple. It's just eating and hitting big numbers. A lot of people unironically believe that's all there is to it. And even crazier, some people consider it gambling. Obviously, it's not gambling, okay? If you have 0 ping and are incredibly talented, you will literally win 30 risk fights before dying. You know, that's 30-1. That isn't gambling at this point. That is not gambling at that point. Yo, what's up, Effigy? How you doing today, buddy? Get a dragonite skull right now, or else you're a proper murloc. I didn't get the dragonite skull, but I wouldn't go as far as saying as I'm a murloc, because, you know, they're pieces of shit. But yeah, Effigy, what's up? How you doing today, buddy? I'm just going over my my Venge. This is just an iceberg I made covering Venge Gang. So I'm talking about it, just for some content, keep you guys entertained. Alright, so it looks like we just finished the first section. So again, as we go deeper in this iceberg, in general, how I structured it is it's going to be less known, and it's going to be harder for you to do it. Pretty good, buddy. Sleepy ZZZ, continue the explanation, please. Absolutely. Givo, bro, we got this. We got all these awesome people coming in. All these content creators, poggers. How you doing today? How are you doing today, Gibbo? I'm about double drop rate on Ewok Commander. Gonna use luck and crit cards. Wish me luck. Hey, Effigy Prage for my buddy. Alright, back to the iceberg. So, section 2, auto hotkey, aka AHK. So what AHK does is it's a third-party program that's against the rules to use in any way in any RuneScape game. And why it's like that is because of how OP it is. Because all you need to do is reroute your keyboard to one key. So let's just say you click HK, the H on your keyboard. That will do a triple E and it'll do a no arm Invisivenge and triple E at the same exact time. It'll do literally 15 inputs instantly. Meaning that fighting against an AHKer is significantly harder to kill. And the skill level you need to be to use AHK isn't even, I would go as far, it isn't even a fucking 100th of the skill level you would need to do that stuff if you were to do it legitimately. It's a very, very rampant problem on the real game, and it's one of the reasons why, you know, high-risking / PvP is so fucking dead. Let's see. We chilling was gonna stream, but just chilling at Ewok and editing, so may wait till the chili. Oh yeah, I feel you, buddy. When are you gonna eat that chili? Because I saw you showing that chili on Diddy's stream today. Okay. So anyways, back to the thing. Clienting. Clienting is a little bit more different than AHK. AHK and clienting does go together because of how overpowered it is. But how this applies to PvP is clienters have a special plugin. Let's get this ad real quick. Clienting has... This is probably the most overpowered plugin a clienter can have. It shows your opponent's Venge timer, which means your opponent, a person who's clienting, always knows if you can Venge, and always knows like when you can and cannot Venge, which makes you instantly way more predictable, and it makes you fucking up and dying way less often. Because that's one of the situations where even some of the best will fuck up, is they'll literally will die to that. You know, but if you have that overpowered client plugin, you're going to be dying so much less. Again, it's against the rules completely. AHK and clienting, every last RuneScape game that exists, completely against the rules. Hey, Monster Sayer, how you doing today, buddy? Decided to come back online for a bit and watch the stream before I finally go to sleep. Last joint. Feels good, man. What strain you smoking on? But anyways, panic tabbing. So, panic tabbing is really interesting because a lot of people will call others panic tabbers, when all they're doing is leaving the fight because they can't stay at 118 boosted stats anymore, or they simply don't have the triple E required to not get giga chanced when you're trying to spec them out. I get called a spec tabber a lot. But the thing about it is, I'm not spec tabbing because I refuse to leave a fight unless either or occurs. If you have 100% spec, and you have Avenge ready, and you expecting me to stay in a fight when I can only eat a pineapple pizza half slice and a Guthix rest, you're crazy. But there are legit Spanic tabbers. In general, what the term means is you're leaving the fight when you fuck up and eat, so you don't get Giga Chance. So for example, you're in a no-arm fight and you get hit down to 15 HP because you're fucking up a lot of your eats. Well, and your opponent is on PID and you're shitty at eating. So instead of tanking a double Gmaul Older 70 chance, which is basically guaranteed death, you're just gonna instantly leave when you fuck up the eat, so you don't fucking die. Very scummy to do. You should never do that. It's just at the end of the day, it's GP in a virtual game. It's not that serious. Let's see. I don't even know what I'm smoking, bro. I just smoke what the plug delivers. Can't be bothered. It's good at haha. Huh? Okay. Respectable. Let's see. Okay. How long? Let's just do this. Venge specking with armor off. And this ties in with Ring of Recoils as well. So the meta of getting a kill when you are using Vengeance is to take off your armor and aware of Ring of Recoil. You're going to be even though taking your armor off does decrease your max hit by a decent amount, it's still extremely worth it. Because the chances of your opponent hitting you when you don't have any armor on is super fucking high. It's more likely they'll hit you than them hitting a 0 on you by a significant amount. So it's actually meta to be doing that for the Venge stacks. And wearing a Ring of Recoil when you're going for the spec is also meta. Don't use a Berserker Ring Imbued when you're going for no-arm Venge stacks. Because the only thing a Berserker Ring Imbued does is it brings your max hit up by 2. So you're getting a potential 2 extra out of your stack. But if you're wearing a Ring of Recoil, if it's 10% of all damage shot back at your opponent. So if he's AGSing you and can hit 86, that's a 9 Ring of Recoil. Even if he's just hitting you with a whip and can hit 44s, that's still a 5 Ring of Recoil. That's huge. Over just a potential 2 from a B ring eye? No thank you. Feel me? Let's see. Just PK in that new place where you can't telly. Bounty Hunter. Yep. But there's still spec tabbers at Bounty Hunter. They'll just, they'll spec you out, and then they'll run to the portal, and then wait for the cooldown to occur. There's still spec tabbers at Bounty Hunter. Alright, let's go ahead and get healed up a little bit. Let's get one yell going. Grinding, elite, achievements. Talking about PKing. Live on YouTube. Oh, holy shit, I shot Ranger's boots. I got Ranger boots. Feels good, man. Was not expecting that. Feels fucking good, man. That's like, what, 400 mil-ish? Feels good, man. It's interesting to think about that Ranger boots are cheaper than a full Mystic ticket now. That's crazy to me. Let's see. Why is every new PvP thing in RuneScape called Bounty Hunter? It isn't necessarily. Kind of confused what you mean by that. Let's go ahead and continue talking about this chart. Xing. So I gave an example of Xing earlier. So basically Xing means, it just simply means you're risking more than your opponent. And there's 2 benefits to either side. If you're the one doing the Xing, that means you're saying, hey, I know I'm more likely to kill you than you are to kill me, but I'll make it up to you by risking more to make it worth it for you. And, obviously it makes it worth for you because of that same reason, If someone's going to risk a max set against your AGS, that could potentially be worth it for you. Boots are forever. Tickets are extremely consumable. Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Good, yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's a good reason. Good reasoning. Good reasoning skills. Alright, ooh, we're really low on that. Let's get back to 118. Let's get these potted up, and let's continue with the chart. Got 35 left on this task. many Slayer points do you have? 655. Well, we're nearly halfway to a scroll. When I get to 1500, when I get to 1500 Slayer points, I'm gonna buy Dex. And I'm gonna just sell it on TP for like 5 bill, 6 bill. And then I'm gonna use that to buy like an Onyx scroll. And then I'm gonna use the credits off the Onyx scroll to buy a shitload of fortune tokens, so I can be prepped for future updates. Holy crap! I just got a fucking Mystic ticket! What is going on? That was 4 kills later. Sheesh! Spoon. I completely agree. Someone been failing to sell decks for 3.5 in chat for a while now. Yeah, I'll definitely check whichever is more expensive. It might be the arcane I buy over decks, but I'll definitely check once I hit the 1500 threshold. All right, but back to this. Clienting. A couple of these I repeat because I forgot on accident, so we're just gonna skip whenever it repeats. My bad on that. But consistent PKing is important. So everyone here has heard the phrase "practice makes perfect," but that's actually not true per se. What the phrase should be is proper practice plus consistency makes perfect. If you're practicing without practicing any metas, you'll never be good. You'll never be able to high risk because you just won't be good enough. Even if you're doing that every single day, if you're not doing the right type of practice, you'll never be past like a 6 or 7 out of 10. You barely will be making profit off like, AGS risk fights even. So yeah, what you're gonna if you want to hit your own skill ceiling, you're gonna have to dedicate yourself by doing it not only daily, but doing the right type of practice, which is incredibly sweaty practice. Okay, you want to be as good as you can. You got to be a Giga Sweat. You got to have the Giga Sweat mindset. All right. Let's see. Next up, knowing all max hits. So if you know all max hits for all weapon combinations, scenarios, stat combinations, if you know your max hit of your opponents before you even enter a fight, that's an instant advantage for you. Less chance of dying instantly. Because if that makes any sense, that probably makes perfect sense, I'd imagine. I yelled you. Oh, thank you, man. Alright, so what's next on the chart? You can die even if you perfect eat. Again, if you're on 99 HP and you're no arming someone you're 99 HP. If he 48 G-smalls you and then it's like 64 elders you, 3 plus 56 from a triple is 59. But he hits a 64 elders, so you still die. And this is just another class example of you can get out RNG'd to a point where it kills you even if you perfect eat it. You don't even make a mistake, but the game still kills you. Let's go ahead and heal up a little bit. Alright. But again, those type of situations where you're getting out RNG'd so hard where it's impossible to not die to it, it's very infrequent that shit happens. It's pretty fucking rare. So yeah, just keep in mind of that. I can't PK, but I want to learn it. Oh yeah, I mean, as long as you have a passion for it, go for it. Absolutely, I have a shitload of fun out of it. Yeah. But besides that, let's talk about the next thing. Venge PKing is an all RNG no skill. Talked about this a little bit earlier. Some people think that it is all RNG no skill, where they'll call it gambling. No, it isn't. It's just as simple as no, it isn't. If you understood PKing, you knew that couldn't be farther from the truth. All right. How long do you have to eat an off/on PID spec? Off PID, you have 0.6 seconds to eat. On PID, in between hits, I'm talking about in between hits. On PID, I believe it's 0.4 seconds that you have to eat. Alright. Anything that's dropped? No. Let's see. Fall off. Ooh, this is a really interesting topic. Fall off of AHKers and clienters recently. So like 6 or 7 months ago, OSRS Jagex made it so it becomes, if you're not using RuneLite, their Steam client, or their main game client, you'll instantly be caught. Because it's insanely fucking obvious now if you're not using one of the three. And previously, there was no way you could hack RuneLite. No one knew how to yet. And because of that, overnight, AHKers and clienters and the in general cheaters in the PvP scene, all of them died overnight. But then something, but then they outsmarted Jagex, and what they ended up doing is figuring out how to hack RuneLite clients so you can get these OP plugins without getting caught. So now the problem is back to normal. If anything, the problem is growing. Because literally Jagex does not give a fuck about catching cheaters. They barely give a fuck about catching bots. But when it comes to cheaters, they give even less of a fuck about. Sad to say, but it's true. But let's talk about the next thing. How to eat a AGS plus Gmaul without Venge. So that means you're eating in between the AGS and Gmaul, and you're not hitting a Venge. That is one of the 3 meta situations that there is. In that situation, though, you're just triple eating. Angler, Brew, Karambwan in that order in one game tick. Instantly, as fast as you can. I'm going to go get a water before I continue with this. I'll be back in 10 seconds, boys. Alright, boys, I'm back. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and get a yell out. Alright. Yell. Grinding. Just talking. Covering the Venge PKing Iceberg. Live on YouTube. I fletch so hard. There we go. Do another yell in like 5 minutes or so. Alright, so what's the next thing? Going for chances via PID swaps is dumb to do. If you're literally just going for chances and all you're working with is you're hoping you get the kill off a PID swap kill, don't ever do that. I talked about this earlier. Never rely on that for a kill. I don't care how skilled your opponent is. You could be fighting the best Venge PKer in the world, and that's still dumb to do. Because unpredictability is the key to getting kills. Alright, next up. Let's see, I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything in the second section. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about the third section. Let's go ahead and pull it up a little bit, though, for you boys. There we go. So now we're on the third section. I think, okay, okay, I'm going to pull this up for a second. I'm going to Gyazo it, save it to my desktop, and then pull it up so it doesn't cover the stream as much for you boys. I don't want it to take up the whole screen. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that real quick for you boys. Give me one quick second. Alright, save image as. That's good enough. Desktop. Did it save 6? Oh, wait. Alright, looks like it was successful. It was. So we're going to X out of this. We're going to go to Properties, Browse, pull up this one, and ta-da! It should be perfect now. There you go. Now it doesn't have to cover the screen so much. Let's get this view a little bit extended. There we go, so you guys can see a little bit clearer. Alright, so the next thing we're going to talk about is it's okay to accidentally save. Don't worry about it. Wait, I need to pull up chat too. There we go. So it's okay. So what I mean by it's okay, don't worry about it, basically, is everyone saves time to time on accident, and don't let that distract you. So don't worry about it. Don't type in the middle of a fight saying my bad. Don't ever type in a fight, period. If you want to type to your opponent, you're typing to your opponent before or after the fight. I've had several situations, even in wrist fights, where people literally just die to me, lose a shitload of money because they were typing. And if they were too distracted typing, so they don't even single eat. Even though it's off bid, you know? You just get too sucked into it. It's okay. It's okay to eat sometimes, you know? If you're going to worry about it that much, you know, bring a dwarven rock cake or, like, take your arm off for a couple seconds. That's the farthest I'd go. But even then, you don't really need to do that. It's not a necessity. What's next? 4 karambans for a defense 5 for a non-defense side. So, like, if you're no-arming someone or you're in a pure fight, you know, MSB, double mauled, or, I mean, if you're in a low defense fight, just bring 5 karambans. But if you're, like, in a Darok fight, 4. Or, like, a Zerker, even. 4. Got 2 theft that kill, not bad. 13 left on this task. Let's make sure I keep up with that. Trick that. Okay, so we got, how long you have to, oh wait, I already talked about that. Power creep. So old RuneScape, old MMORPGs in general have this problem where when the game company brings out updates, they need to bring out content updates that makes it worth your while to actually do for the health of the game. And that's what they need to do. They gotta bring out items, and what I mean, they gotta bring out items that are stronger in some sense. And because of this, when an RPG goes out, you know, for multiple years, it just gets stronger and more accurate, more defense over the time. Which is okay. Power creep is okay. It's just that you gotta be really careful about it. Yo, what's up, Peace Love? How you doing today, buddy? What's the next thing? Power creep doesn't just apply to PvP. It provides to all aspects of MMORPGs, you know. Okay, knowing all weapon. Grat's another one. What do you mean, Grat's another one? Oh my God! What the hell, bro? What the hell is going on? That's like 30 kills, Ranger boots, and 2 tickets. Damn. Damn, that is pog. Appreciate the love. Get another ticket before me and I'm gonna flame you. Well, here's the thing. I'm doing the effigy Prage, but you're not effigy, so it makes sense. You feel me? Alright, next up. Hold up. Getting low on prayer. Gotta do a sippy sip. Alright. Knowing all weapon tick cycles. So, for example, a whip is 4 tick, MSB 3 tick. If you understand like a God Sword whack, I believe that's 5 ticks. Yeah, doing all of this will help you drastically with PKing, because it makes it so you can do 1 ticks. You know when to do a 1 tick. Go for a 1 tick, because if you still have one tick before you can hit your opponent, you're not going to be able to 1 tick shit unless it's a Granite Maul. Which actually, that applies to a specific Granite Maul strategy I'll get into later, which is meta for using Granite Maul. But in general, you're going to want to understand how many ticks a weapon speed is, and you're going to want to get a good feel for that, which again, with time, that's how you develop that skill. Chilling, it's me. Oh, it's Bladed. What's up, man? How you doing today, man? Yeah, that's one of my Discord buddies. Okay, I'm gonna just drink to 99 because why not? Okay, what's the next thing we're gonna talk about? Player-owned house raiders. So another very interesting topic. interesting, but not exactly too applicable to this iceberg. But I put it there because it's super fucking interesting. So there's these things called player-owned house raiders on OSRS. So for example, if you're in a applies to PvP worlds. You know, you're doing something in a PvP world, and you go to your house because you want to use the rejuvenation pool or just teleport somewhere. Well, if your house isn't locked in a PvP world, PvPers can still enter your house and kill you in your own house. And how that works is if you die in your own house, you can easily just lock it so you never have to deal with this problem. But if a PvPer comes in your house, kills you, and what happens is you don't lose anything. You just go outside of the portal. But once you're outside of the portal, that's when it becomes deadly. Someone's going to be probably waiting there in full max Torva claws, and then will AHK into like an Inquisitor, full Inquisitor Gmaul as well. So yeah, if you're gonna be on PvP worlds and use your house on PvP worlds, always make sure your shit is locked. I'll be back 40 minutes, BRB, no problem. Okay, 3 more left on this task. Let's go get another water bowl, sippy sip. Alright. What's the next thing? The 2 proper ways to... Wait. No, that's on the... Okay, here we go. PK scene is not very big and is treated like garbage by Jagex. You know, they've come out with PvP updates, which, you know, they're being a little bit... Hold up. Stupid ass ad. Ooh. Looks like it's time for the top track. Toa track actually just finished, boys. Alright, we're starting out with the Maiden's Sorrow. Looks like there's 13 tracks in this. Ugh. Skip. Alright. Ooh, Tormentor spawned. Ooh, but I only have 1 left on my task. Let's get this killed really quick. I should be able to kill this and make it in time. Those wood bosses have a lot of HP. I'm not on chop. Whoops. Trying to get 200 mil attack too. Come on, hit. Alright, there we go. 250 tasks, bro. That's my 250th task. I didn't even realize that. That's fucking poggers. Too bad it doesn't give you a shitload of points. It just gives you 100 like usual every 10th task. Whatever, though. 100 points is still 100 points. Alright. If I could get 3 crystal keys or 2 keys and a card, that's all I ask for. I never expect anything else than that. I won't complain as long as I get either or. Preferably, like a luck card. Like a luck card or like a melee card or like a mage card. Especially like a mage card. I'm very low on those. Okay, 2 keys and a card. This is what I'm talking about. That's a really good board boss for me, you know? I call that that's an insta W. Alright, let's go ahead and open up these crystal keys. Get everything banked. How many? We're up to 3 mystic tickets. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw the ranger boots on TP right away. Do I have any loops? Yes, I do. So I got 4 crystal keys. Let's open the 4 crystal keys. And then sell off this ranger boots on TP. And I'll go back to dragonites talking about my iceberg. Garbage. Alright, sell these boots. I think I'm going to tick... Yeah, I'm going to make these cheaper. I don't think it's going to sell at 2.7. Where's my skull? There it is. Alright. What's this skull going for? 2.5. Okay, that's fair. It was really cheap yesterday. It was like 2.1 someone was selling it at. That blew my mind away. 2480k. Oh. 2480k plats. Let's make sure we didn't fuck up. Yep, we didn't fuck up. Ranger boots. Wait. Damn. Ranger boots are 200 mil right now? They've gone down like 100 mil in the past couple days. Holy. Whew. Oh. I'm just going to use that as a giveaway. Just stick in the giveaway tab. I was not expecting that. Actually, let's check if there's any right halves. or Mystic tickets at a fair price. Switch up right. That's not a fair price for a right half. I'm not buying that. Actually, it's supposed to be like 300, not 320. It's 25 mil loss. Actually, I'll buy it. I guess I'll buy. Oh wait, but actually, I'm not gonna buy it because I might get a bunch of right halves. You know, you never really know. So let's look up Mystic ticket. Is there any good price Mystic tickets? There's one for 600, but I can't even afford that. So, oh well. All right, let's go ahead and pull myself up a Slayer task. Go back to dragonites so we can continue talking about my iceberg chart. Alright, let's go ahead and get my task real quick. Can we get it? Try one? Dragonites try one, please? No, my champs. Coughings, no. Raichus, no. No. Damn, this is bad luck right here. Come on, dragonites. Dragonites. Gimme, gimme. Dragonites, pulse. You're scamming me. Bro, this is some crazy bad luck. Giving me everything but a dragonite. How dry am I? How dry am I gonna go? What the hell? I had a triple Machamp. What the hell? Come on. Come on. Bruh, what is going on? This is like my 25th skip. Gimme, gimme already. Okay, finally they gave me Dragonites. About damn time. Okay, let's see what's going on in chat, though. Nice first try, T4 staff, poggers, congrats. Perfect before sleep, indeed. Now I can go switch with Capone. Alright, I'm gonna go sleep, brother. See you later. Alright, well, have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, let's go ahead and do a yell real quick. Yell, going over Venge became Iceberg. Iceberg. Live on YouTube. Push so hard. So hard. Come chill. There we go. Alright, let's see, what do I want to talk from this? It's possible to triple E an on-pid spec. That's very self-explanatory. Just know it's possible. Knowing how good bad ping affects gameplay. Again, dead clicks and delayed eats by force, you know, you can't do any. Which does end up at killing you quite often. It's a very deadly thing to have bad ping and PKing. Unfair, absolutely, but just one of those things you got to get used to dealing with. It's one of those, it's one of the neat pins and needles you got to deal with if you're gonna get really into PKing. Assuming that you have bad ping, which more likely than not you do if you're playing private servers. Understanding XP drops to hit splat conversion. You don't have to. So, for example, like a 400 XP drop, that's like a 75 claw. You can put on. There is now a fake XP drop plugin in a lot of servers and in the real game now, meaning that, you know, if you hit a 73, it's going to show up as a 73 XP drop. But again, if you're too lazy for that, that's one thing you're going to have to master. Knowing exactly how I already said that. Skill is greater than RNG. This is always the case. The only time that this really... So the only time when, like, ping, like... I'm going to talk about ping too. The only time skill isn't the greatest force to work with is when, let's say you're a 10 at, let's say you're the best Venge PKer in the world, and you quite literally only die, you literally never die to your own mistakes. But you're also fighting, let's say, a 9 out of 10 who's like the 20th best Venge PKer in the world. Let's say that. Well, if that guy that's a 9 out of 10 has 0 ping and you have like 200, or even if you have like 90 or 100 ping, the chances of you dying is so much higher. It's probably like 80, 70, 80% chance that you're going to die. And that's because those forced delayed eats of ping fucks you so hard. If that guy is eating, let's say, 90% of the chances, he's eating them instantly 90% of the time. But again, you're only going to be eating 40 to 50% of the things that he's throwing at you, because even though you're eating it properly, your ping screws with you, meaning you're getting chanced half the time when he throws something at you, and it's not even your fault. And because of that, there are scenarios like that. It's specifically that scenario where ping beats skill. Very fucking weird that it does. Don't get me wrong, but outside of that, skill beats everything. Alright, what's next? Next is I gotta get higher prayer points. Alright, anything that's dropped? Nothing. Baiting. Okay, so there's a lot of forms of baiting. The most commonly associated example I can give you with baiting is like walking up to someone in like bounty hunter, let's just say GE PvP world. You walk up to them wearing like 3rd age, but then you have like a rune plate body on, you got like rune gloves on, and you're wearing like a fucking late Cape of Legends. You look like a noob with money, and they're gonna ask you for like a wrist fight. Hey, you want a wrist fight, bro? Your AGS? Ha ha ha. Well, they're baiting you just because they are baiting you. That is one form of baiting a lot of people do, and they lose their AGSs and shit to that. Yeah. But again, that's only one form of many forms of baiting. What else is there? I think that's everything for the 3rd section of the iceberg. Now we're in the 4th section. Invisivenge. So Invisivenge is super simple to understand what it is, but it's just incredibly difficult to actually do it yourself. Let's drop these bones. Okay, so to do an Invisivenge, all you have to do, well, quote-unquote, all, it's actually really fucking hard to do, but you're going to click your spec bar weapon, you're going to click your weapon that has a spec bar, and then you're going to cast Vengeance, you're going to click the spec bar, and then you're going to click your opponent, all in the same game tick. That's 4 very specific clicks you got to do in one game tick, aka 0.6 seconds. When you do a successful Invisivenge, what will happen is, how the game works is it can only prioritize one animation at a time. And when you Invisivenge, it 100% of the time prioritizes the animation of your AGS. Meaning that you won't, your player will not show the Vengeance animation. It won't even show the red skull go above your head. So it literally looks like you didn't even cast Vengeance. But you did cast Vengeance. And that shit's super fucking deadly. Like, if you're very unpredictable and you can Invisivenge consistently, you're gonna murk everyone in the world, practically speaking. Yeah. And Invisivenges are so deadly that you'll see people doing like T-bow risk fights in the real game. And they will die to an Invisivenge that's off-pid. Even an off-pid Invis is crazy deadly if you're unpredictable with it. Alright, what's the next thing? Pre-venging is dumb to do. Let's just talk about what you're supposed to do before you enter a fight. Never cast Vengeance. An early fight chance is infinitely times more efficient to do than a little bit of DPS at the beginning of the fight to get them down to like 99 or below, So just, again, use vengeance only when you're going for chances. But before you enter a fight, what you're going to want to do is overheal with an angler to 121. You're going to want to drink a super combat, and you're going to want to drink an anti-venom, and then instantly enter the fight. Yeah. That's just the general thing you're going to always want to do. And again, never cast Venge. Cast Venge when you're going for chances. That's it. Okay. Next thing, let's go one more yell going. Yell covering the Venge Decaying Iceberg. Live on YouTube. Alright, there we go. Alright. The two proper ways to use plus activate double Gmail spec, and I'm only going to be talking about OSRS because some private servers with PvP in it do it a little differently, but I'm only going to be specifically talking about old school RuneScape's version of this. So the two ways you're going to activate your double Gmail properly and efficiently. So in general, what you're not even going to want to use a double Gmail and after an AGS whack, unless you hit massive with your AGS whack and you're confident you can chance him. So basically, yeah, when you AGS whack, you're looking at a big XP drop. When you hit the big XP drop, that's when you're going to double maul activate. And there's two ways to activate your double maul. First one is you just triple click your spec bar. You don't even need to click the opponent. Just triple click spec bar. Both specs will go off on your opponent. But the second way is a double click hover. So you're double clicking your spec bar, click, click, and then you're hovering your cursor over the opponent. And then again, you're releasing it when you see that big XP drop off your AGS whack. But if you want to just double maul elder someone, like in a norm fight, just just do the triple click and then into an elder. A little bit easier. But technically speaking, the triple click is meta if it's your pit, because your cursor is going to be a lot closer to your food. But the double click hover is meta if you are, I'll call it just meta. It's meta if, double click hover, it's meta if it's your pit. Triple clicking, you triple click if it's their pit. And just has to do with how fast you have to react to eat if they do try to throw something at you. Yeah. Let's see. Double name change won't save you from your identity being exposed. What I mean by this is people who AHK, in client, they'll get a massive kill in a wrist fight, and then they'll buy out 2 bonds on a GE and change their name twice. And they do it so because not only is their in-game name changed, it's literally changed. You can't tell it's them. But if you hover over, if you add them to ignore and then hover over with your cursor, it's going to say a completely different name. That's why people double name change. But it's not going to save your ass quite more often than not, because they'll just instantly, write you down and expose your asses to other people. And that's where you get that's where you'll see those bots in PvP Pro World saying oh, don't fight this guy, he's a known AHKer. Well, that's because he caught him before he double name changed. It's very easy to catch someone before they double name change and know who the scammer are. If the risk fighter wants to expose you, he will. Double name changing will do shit. Yeah. So next up we got is Venge is way harder than okay, so this is basically just talking about how hard is Venge PKing compared to NHing. So if we're talking about NHing or Bridding that is anywhere in the wilderness, shallow or deep, I would definitely say it's a lot harder to die in NH in that situation, just because you have overheads. And if you do run low on food, 9 times out of 10, all you need to do is just When the second you're unfrozen, you freeze your opponent, walk under, and then just log. It's freeze logging. All you need to do is a freeze log. But just because Venge King is harder than that doesn't mean that NH staking. I would consider NH staking to be just as hard as Vengeance King. Hands down. Venge high risk. Alright, next up. The 2 meta times to drink a potion. This is just talking about when do you drink your potion so you never get pop locked. Assuming you have zero ping and you never make a mistake. But in general, obviously this is still true. But the 2 meta times is when you hit with your whip, and the second you don't see an XP drop, you're drinking that potion. So you're literally just drinking a potion on a 0 XP drop. But the other time you can do it is drinking on immediately when your opponent hits 0 on you. If you do this, and again, it makes it so you can still do every proper E, so you won't get chanced. Pop locks are very deadly, very deadly, especially if your opponent knows what a pop lock looks like. Because if you get pop locked, it could be very easily game over for you. Yeah. Okay, next up. I think I'm going to throw out one more yell before I talk about my next topic. Actually, I'll talk about one more topic and then send out this yell. Covering the Venge King iceberg. Live on YouTube. My flight travel card. There we go. Just drop a couple things. Alright, back to the iceberg, boys. Understanding what a realistic chance looked like. Okay, so realistically speaking, if you're let's say in a norm fight, you're not going to hit an 80 double maul, okay? More likely than not. Way more likely than not. But if you if you double maul them on 70 HP, 75 HP, that's a chance. If you're double mauling a person in Darok, you shouldn't expect to hit a 60 even. I would consider 55 and below a double maul chance than someone with very tanky gear. So just stuff like that, you understand what a realistic chance is. If you're on 67 HP and someone elder mauls you and their max hit is 67, even though technically speaking, yes, that's a chance, it really isn't, because even if the accuracy roll was a 100% on the elder maul, that's still only a 1 in 68 chance for you to die. But then you use the accuracy roll, let's say it's a 1 in 3 chance of hitting you, that turns into a 1 in 210 chance of you dying there. No, that's not a chance. Even though technically speaking it is a chance. It really isn't. You can consider a 95 double maul, a chance, but what's the chances of that happening is just super fucking slim. So people don't consider it one. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get that going. Okay, what's the next thing to talk about? Understanding what a realistic chance looks like. I already talked about that. So I already talked about that. Getting really good with 0 GP investment and instant access to PK ready account. I'm talking about private servers. Private servers provide, PK private servers do provide insta access to PKing with relatively decent gear. And obviously, if you die in a private server, you're not going to lose any GP in the real game. And you can just make it so, you go practice on private servers, get good enough where you can get money out of PK, and then just go play the real game. And then simple as that. Okay, looks like that's the 4th section I just completed. So now we're going to get into the 5th section. I'm going to do what I did previously, do the Gyazo and replace thing. Give me a quick second to get that going for you boys. Okay. Ooh. Alright, here we go. see, not now. Save image as 5, 6. Desktop. Alright, let's pull it up. Properties, browse, desktop. This one. Okay, and there we go. Alright, so this is the 5th and 6th section. Again, the further we go down, the less known this is known, and the harder in general this information is to do if you were to do it yourself. But yeah, 5th and 6th section we're on, and there's 10 sections, so you gotta go through. So let's go ahead and get the chat pulled up. There we go. And let's talk about the iceberg. So, knowing how to perfect eat a off-pid venge AGS Gmaul. So I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about the 3 eating metas now. I'm just gonna tie it all in to right now. So basically, the 3 meta eating situations is the triple eat. Triple eat is used when you're eating in. All these are in between eats, obviously. But triple eating, again, that's when you don't hit avenge, or they don't even have avenge up. But in general, if you're not hitting an avenge, you're just gonna triple eat. If you do hit their avenge, the meta thing to do is the double single, and this is because a double and a triple will put you to 115 either or. The only difference is if you double single, which is you double eat to 115, wait a half a tick, and then eat the Karam one. You're going to have 133 HP to tank instead of the 115, making it meta. That's the second hardest to do. The triple eat's the simplest to do. That one's the second hardest, and then the hardest to eat to do. And this is used to counteract an opponent that knows how to 3-tick and is really good with it. And it's their PID. Specifically their PID. Because this next strategy, there's 2 ways going about it. If it's your PID, the meta is triple. Because you have an extra full tick to work with to eat. But things get complicated when it's their PID, and then they 3-tick you. So this is what the double triple is. So the situation that you're going to be put in eventually is they're going to hit, let's say, a 48 whip on you, and they're going to bring you down to a really fucking low HP. So and it's their PID, remember that. You're going to instantly double eat. So you can't get chanced by the double maul, potentially. And then the second you double it, this millisecond you double eat, you're going to count to 3 ticks in your head. And then once 3 ticks have gone by in your head, you're going to instantly triple. This is the only way to perfect eat an on-pid 3-tick Gmaul. Can't do it any other way. Unless, again, if it's off-pid and they're 3-ticking you, you're going to just do the triple. Because you have that extra game tick. Unless you're not confident with your clicks, then double triple is still the way to go. Okay. What's the next thing to talk about? Everyone makes mistakes in PKing sometimes. I already talked about that. D-Mace is a lot better than DDS against tanks, because even though DDS has a way higher max hit, D-Mace's, not only does D-Mace have way more accuracy, but it's only 1 hit splat you gotta worry about. DDS you gotta worry about 2 hitting good with both hit splats in the special attack. And because of this, the chances of you hitting, like a 90, obviously, against a tank with Avenge recoil, no arm, like D-Mace can literally hit, I'm not kidding, you can be in shit gear, you can stack 85s, near 90s, in 300k coin risk, as long as you're just Venge norm, Ringer recoil, D-Macing them. Very deadly. But the chances of hitting that hard with the DDS Way less likely. Even if it's an Abyssal Dagger, still way... It's just... Yeah, it's just... Even Abyssal Dagger is worse than a D-Mace, to be honest. Unless you're in Bounty Hunter, and you have that new Imbued Scroll. Then that's obviously better. But, like, outside of BH, even Abbey Dagger is worse than D-Mace. Just because of that second hit splat. It's just really irritating. Yeah. Okay, next up, we're going to talk about is, let's see, exchanging a small chance on you for a big chance on your opponent. So you guys probably immediately assume something that is completely different from what I mean. I'm not saying risk it for the biscuit. You're never supposed to risk it for the biscuit because that's literally never worth it. What I mean by this is how I like to go about things is I like to do a 1 to 10 conversion rate. What I mean by that is if I'm going to risk it in this certain situation, if they do try to go for the chance at the same time, there's a 90% chance he's dead and only a 10% chance I'm dead. So the perfect example I can give you of this situation is if you're both in a no-arm fight, you just enter the fight, you both hit each other's venges, and you both hit a large whip hit. So you're both at 30 HP. Let's just call it 40 HP. But it's your PID. Since it's your PID, you're supposed to double Gmaul Elder. Because you can double Gmaul Elder them and triple E. And what that does is, assuming they go for the chance, you only need to hit a 40 double Maul Elder on them to kill them. Disgustingly likely for them to die. And the only way they're going to kill you is if they tank a double Maul Elder on 40 HP and go for the chance and hit the 96 HP, which you get out of triple eating on the same tick as going for the spec. That's what I mean. It's around a 1 in 10 conversion that makes shit worth it. There's other situations like that I mean, like, that's a perfect example, honestly. But yeah, just around 1 in 10 conversion is, I'd consider, worth. Anything lower than that, not worth. Let's see. Ooh, 44 out of 50 votes for boss plus well. That's super nice. Fuck yeah, boys. Have I voted today? I don't even know. Oh, I haven't. Okay. Let's get a vote going after this kill, then. I'll cover one more thing, actually, before I do vote, because there is a delay, since I checked already. Alright. I don't know why I didn't have my grade on. That's weird. Let's see. Granite Maul is the best weapon. So here's the thing about Granite Maul. In general, for a spec weapon, Granite Maul is by far the most overpowered and deadly weapon, and it always will be the most overpowered and deadly weapon. Because we're talking about a weapon that not only is fairly accurate and hits really fucking high for something that's only 50 spec, I mean, you can double maul it, but also, I mean, you can stack hits onto it. There is no delay with the Granite Maul. It's a 0 delay weapon, which means you can spec your opponent even when you can't hit your opponent because you just ate. It's crazy. You can do some really crazy cool shit with it. For example, the AGS whack double maul and good AGS whack the XP drop. That shit's deadly. It's scary. And if you know how to use your Granite Maul right, you're gonna fuck up everyone. I don't care who you fight, you're gonna fuck up everyone. Alright, 48 out of 50 votes, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to this. Let's get voting pulled up. Go to Vote Boss real quick. Get auto ret on. Let's go ahead and vote real quick. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, vote registered. Claim vote. No, claim vote. Sa. Alright, there we go. So I'll just go ahead and kill this, loot the chest, open a crystal key, and then go back to killing dragonites, talking about the iceberg boys. Guess I'll do a yell as well. Grinding achievements. Grinding elite achievements. Live. Ooh, 10% luck. That means I can do some mystic tickets, boys. Feels good, man. 2 10% luckers in the day? Sheesh! Grinding elite achievements live on YouTube. YouTube, come chill. I fletch so hard. There we go. Alright. Alright. Not expecting anything. Ooh, I just got a 20% magic card, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just got one, yeah. That's fucking amazing, hell yeah. Wasn't expecting, because even cards, like even a card drop from that vote chest is rare. So that's what feels good, man. Alright, so let's go ahead and, wait. Oh, I didn't get even a crystal key. It gave me a card. Okay. That's fine, though. I would have preferred a card over a crystal key in the first place anyways. Okay, so let's do 3 mystic tickets, boys. Hopefully we can get a psychic piece, finally. That would be feels amazing, man. I'm gonna just pop a 5% looker. Let's see. We need range. Tweak the range. I kind of want to use a range card, but then, yeah, I consider it worth it, just because it's kind of a sketchy boss. It hits disgustingly hard on you. So I guess I'll card up. Get both cards in. Got the right gear on. Let's get a few ranging. Let's do like 8 brews. 12. Yeah, that's pretty good. I consider that good enough, for sure. Alright, so let's go ahead and replace that with the 3 tickets we're about to do. Alright, boys. Let's go do it. Wait, it's per mage, I believe, actually, not range. Alright, I was on accurate. Good thing I checked that. Alright, just put smite on. Put the mage back on. Start moving. Alright, it's about to die, boys. Good luck to me. Oh my god, those prize bags are so troll, bros. They are so troll. They look like a drop, but they're not. Alright, let's pick up the prize bags. 100, take that, pick that up. Let's leave my instance. Alright. Got a couple more anglers, just to be careful. Alright. Got this KC and one KC after this. Can we get it? Can we see our first psychic piece? Maybe, maybe not. Ooh, 420. That's the weed number, boys. Dude, this song track right here fits the vibe of Necro Mewtwo quite well. I'm not gonna lie. Good vibe. Alright, we just went there. Put that back on. Stopped hitting us for the 5s. We're gonna angler to 121 just in case. I'm gonna throw the greed on now and sit the fuck down. Give me a psychic. Damn, rip. No look so far. Looks like we're gonna get hit 24 KC. Unless there are cheap right halves on TP, which I'll make sure, of course, but I doubt there will be any. I'll check anyways. Destroy the kind instance. Just make that. Let's heal back up. Pot. Better safe than sorry. Alright, can we get... This is our last... More likely than not, our last Mystic ticket for this 10% luck well. And so let's go ahead and see if we get any. Get anything. Hopefully something. 460 crit right there. Feels good, man. Oof. Appears that you can't hit him. While he's doing the 5 damage block, you can't hit Necro, which is pretty interesting. I'm like, oh. Let's eat up to 80. Two double 8s to 115, so we don't have any chance of death. We're safe right now. Looks like he's just about to die. One more big hit. That might be to death. Nope. Next. Ooh. Let's get that on. Put that on Protect Magic. And any loot? It's just the left half. Rip. Alright. I'll check on TP if there's any fairly priced right halves or full tickets. Let's take a look, boys. Alright. Right. There's a right half for 325. Is there a cheap... Is there like a really cheap Mystic ticket? Doesn't look like it. Okay. I'll buy the right half just for the content, I suppose. Alright, right. Buy one. Put these back onto the coin form. Alright, so that gives us one more KC to do, boys. Unless I score really lucky on another right half drop over at Necro and Dragonites. Okay. Alright, boys. Last KC more likely than not. Oof. A little bit laggy. Big hit. That is fine. Let's just eat once. Alright, and next hit should be death. Just drop those. It's unfortunate. But, I mean, we are now officially should be 1/4 now. 1/4 of the way to being completely done with Necro. That's a feels fucking, I mean, even though we didn't get anything so far, it still feels amazing, man. 25% done. And we're only 7 world bosses off this, and nearly 40% on this. So, I mean, obviously we hit halfway done with this too, so like, our progress with elite achievements, I mean, it's definitely pretty fucking good. Sure, we may not be getting the drops, but we're getting what's important still. What's most important. Hey, what's up, Bacon? How you doing, buddy? We're doing good today. I'm doing good today. Hopefully you're doing well today as well. We just got done doing a few Mystic tickets. We also did a few Mystic tickets earlier, but no lucky on Psychic pieces yet. But it's okay. I did realize, though, yesterday I did fully realize that, what did I realize? I realized that doing Necro Dragonites is way more efficient than doing Robo Capones for both I mean, like, it's literally like nearly double money an hour if you just go do dragonites, and it's way more chill. So that's what I'm just gonna do. So right now I'm killing dragonites. I'm hyper focused on this achievement right here. I'm doing the ticket drops I did get, and then obviously any extras as far as like ranger boots and skulls I'll sell on TP and buy more tickets with it. So once I hit 100 tickets, I'm going to continue doing dragonites so I can finish this achievement. Just buy engines, because then I can just sell off the tickets as well, so I can get easy engines as well. So yeah, we're selling a skull on TP right now. Might as well go ahead and check right now if it's sold yet. So I just put it in though, so I doubt it's sold yet. Let's just make sure we're not getting undercut. But yeah, we're talking about the Venge King iceberg, if you're wondering what that is. Yeah, we just got undercut, giga undercut, okay. I'll just put it at 2240. I need the money, so I don't mind selling it cheap. 2240k plat. Looks like my music just paused, so let's get that unpaused. There we go. We're listening to the Theater of Blood Theater of Blood music track right now, while I talk about this iceberg killing dragonites. We're just gonna bank the precision ring, because honestly, if I get too distracted, you know, it would be more efficient just to cut camp. Agreed. All right, let's go ahead and let's get 6 of those. Six supers, 12 prayers. That's all I need. 55 dragonites left on his task. 755 Slayer points so far, not bad. All right. Alright, I'll be right. I need to take a leak and get another water bottle. So I'm going to be gone for like 30 to 45 seconds, boys. Maybe probably 45 seconds. Be right back, boys. Okay, boys, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I realized when I was taking a leak that I need to get some more Mios from the store. Those water enhancers. Gonna get some more black cherry flavor at this grocery store tomorrow for sure. All right. Didn't get anything while I was gone. All right. Drop these bones and let's get back into the iceberg. Get a yell actually going first. Okay, grinding achievements live on YouTube. I fletched so hard. Come goob around. Good. Goob around. There we go. Alright, there we go, boys. Let's get back into the iceberg. So it looks like we're on. Yeah, we're still on the 5th section of my iceberg chart for which we're covering Venge King, by the way, bacon. 10 sections in total, and the further down the section is in the iceberg, the harder it is to do, and in general, the less known it is. So Next thing we're going to talk about is knowing how to double MSB to double maul to Elder properly. So there's two big things you got to understand. The general gist of it is you're going to MSB, and then once you hit big with your MSB, 2 ticks after the XP drop, you're going to double Gmaul, and then Elder. So what that looks is, so let me do it. Hit like a 22 arrow, count the 2 ticks in your head, then you're going to pull, hit my mic. You're going to pull out that Granite Maul, and then click your Granite Maul, double click the special attack bar, click the opponent, and then you're going to pull out that Elder Maul, and then you're going to click your opponent one more time. The MSB double maul alone can hit 99. And because of that, if you are in a peer fight, and you're both MSBing, you have to camp 99, or at least 90. Because if they know how to do that, you're kind of fucked. I mean, if you camp any lower than 90. So no, it's not safing. People do like to call you a safer if you camp that high. But realistically speaking, you're on a pier, bro. You have to camp that high. Otherwise, you get Giga chanced if you know that one mechanic. But the other big thing you have to understand about it is it's a little bit different for both off and on pid. If it's off pid, since there is, because if it's off pid, all you need to do is stand 2 tiles away for the MSB double maul to stack properly. But if you want the MSB double maul to stack properly when it's your pid, which means your hits are 1 tick faster, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to step 3 or more tiles away, and then step into 2 tile away distance. So you're shooting your arrow from like 3, 4, 5 tiles away, but then you're stepping in every time, just in case you get that good XP drop on the arrow. But once you finally get the XP drop on the arrow, and you're going to want to step into 2 tile distance or closer, and then just do the double maul, MSB double maul, or classic combo. Basically, why you have to do it is, again, on pits hits, all your hits are going to be 1 tick faster. Which means there's going to have to be an extra 1 tick delay on the MSB for it to stack properly. Well, how do you make it so your arrow takes a full extra tick for it to register on your opponent? You're going to want to be farther than 2 tiles away when you do shoot the MSB. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Okay, so knowing when it's efficient to double Gmaul Elder Godsword whack. In general, it's just there's 2 big things you got to understand about the double Gmaul Elder, the double Gmaul Godsword whack. First of all, you should only consider doing it if your opponent is in no armor or Inquisitor. Nothing else. Everything else, even if he's in a torso rune plate legs, even then, it's still not efficient to do double Gmaul Eldering. The second thing you need to understand about it is use it when it's unpredictable. Those are the 2 big things you gotta understand about it. Alright, next up. Venge specking isn't always meta versus the really good PKers. This is just an unpredictability factor, you know. A lot of the time, most of the time they're gonna expect you to spec with Venge, you know, because it just makes sense, you know. Why would you spec with no Venge, you know? But still, like, you know, it's incredibly because of that mindset that they're probably gonna have. It makes it so if you do that when you don't have Venge, it's very unpredictable. Bare minimum, it's a very unpredictable move. Alright, what's next up? Venge specking on opponent weapon animation. So what this means, let's just say you're in a no-arm fight, and you have pit, but your opponent is off pit. So this is again incredibly unpredictable to do. Obviously, incredibly hard to do as well. You can react to the 1 tick delay on their weapon animation going off on you. You can react to that by literally casting an Invisivenge on them. Very, very deadly. It's just a 0 HP combo. You know, it's super deadly. super unpredictable. But in the same token, the downside is, yes, it's worth doing, but to get to a point where you can react that quickly and have that accurate of clicks, it takes a very, very long time to get that good. All right, next step. Knowing what to do before entering a fight. I talked about this earlier. Just Angler to 121, anti-venom, super combat, then enter the fight right away. Never prevenge in a fight. Early fight DPS is nothing compared to an early fight chance, because an early fight chance alone is incredibly unpredictable and hard to eat. So next up, knowing when to use and not use your Venge. I talked about that. Just keep in mind unpredictability as well. Unpredictability is easily one of your best weapons. If not your best weapon. It just, yeah, comes down to that. You gotta become an unpredictable opponent. Alright, next up, I think that's everything in the 5th section. So now we're on the 6th section of my iceberg out of the 10 that there is. So let's go ahead and get into it. Before I get into it though, I'm gonna do a yell real quick. Got 41 left on this task. Alright. Got the grid on yell. Grinding achievements. Live on YouTube. I fletch so hard. Come chill. There we go. Okay. So, 6th section. Knowing how to perfect eat a big whip to a 3-tick Gmail AGS. I already got into this earlier, but, you know, you double eat instantly on their whip hit, count the 3 ticks in your head, and then once you hit the 3rd tick in your head, you triple. And that's the perfect way to do it. Yeah. Exchanging a small chance on you for a big chance on your opponent. Talked about that already. 1 to 10 conversions, how I work with it. Like I said, knowing what defense bonuses are efficient to double Gmold or Godsword whack. In general, 175 and under is my golden ratio I've seen. Which means basically no arm or Inquisitor, but anything past Inquisitor defense bonus not worth. Best time to leave a fight. Either obviously you're gonna want to leave the fight right away for lagging, but in general, it's when you run out of triple eats and they can spec you still. You know, if they don't have spec, you can still stay with doubles. If you camp higher HP, but in general, you're gonna want to leave the fight if you run out of triples or run out of super combats and you're below 118 or like 117 as far as stat boosts go. Next up we got is understanding poison and venom timer. I think it's like every like 24 seconds or something like that. A poison / venom will afflict on you, but obviously you don't have to ever worry about that if you're just drinking an anti-venom before the fight begins, which you'll even see high riskers not drinking an anti-venom before the fight starts. But like realistically speaking, you know, you don't want to bring an anti-venom and drink it up before a fight, because why not? You know, venom and poison, if you get unlucky enough, it's really fucking deadly. So that's just something you want to keep in mind. Let's try these bones real quick. Get on to the next thing. Knowing what HP to stay at on all fight / situations. In general, you're going to want to stay at least like 1 above their max hit in general. But also, you know, keep in mind that, you know, if it's like a no-arm fight, you know, like in general, like, you know, like you're just 1 above their max hit, you know. And if it's a no-arm fight, stay above 80 at all times, pretty much. If they can, that is if they can use a double Gmon on you. But even when they can't, you know, stay at least 75, even if they don't have spec in a no-arm fight. Ancient Godsword is garbage in Venge PvP. This is because there's 2 ways you can go about making it so there's literally a 0% chance at death from it. First one is just eating to 115. That's it. Because even if they hit you an 86 AGS and on the same tick as the 25 blood splat hits on you, that's still only a 111. AK, and you're on 115, so it doesn't even matter. Or you could just run away 8 tiles. Because if you run away 8 tiles, the blood splat won't go through, even if they hit you. And that's why Ancient God Sword is garbage in Venge PvP. And what I mean by that is like when you're fighting actually good people that know what they're doing. If you use Ancient God Sword in like Bounty Hunter, you know, you're gonna get kills still. But even then, it's still not the weapon you're gonna want to use because there's better alternatives. All right. So it looks like we're done with the 6th section of Iceberg. We got a deluxe prize bag. It's not bad. So I'm gonna pull up the 7th and 8th section now and get into that. Just give me a quick second to get that going for you boys. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like I'm just only gonna pull out the 7th section. Just because it cuts off at the end, so let's just pull out the 7th section right now. Gyazo. Click. Alright. Alright. Save image. Oh. Okay, save image as... Save the desktop. Alright, went through. Alright, let's go to properties, browse, open, okay, and here it is. Alright, so now that we're on the 7th section, this is when shit really becomes like really technical, really unknown, very fucking hard to do in general. So yeah, just keep that in mind as we go through. Let me pull up chat. And when's the last time I yelled? It's been a little bit of a minute since I've yelled, so I'm going to get one more yell before we start the 7th section of the iceberg. Okay, so grinding achievements. Live on YouTube, I fletch so hard, come chill. Homies. There we go. Get this water opened up. It's natural spring water. Not bad, not bad. Ooh, why does that taste different? Oof. It's a little bit of a rougher drinking water. It's still gonna taste the same as this ice mountain though. Like all I just need to do is just get some. It's not the coldest, you know. Plus, you know, once there's a flavoring in there, so it won't matter. So, okay. Let's go ahead and begin. Okay, so OSRS is one of the hardest games because of high risking. I definitely could have worded this a lot better. What I meant to say is high risking is... what I should have said is high risk of Venge PKing is insanely difficult not to die in and to make actual profit in. That's what I should have said. Because again, it's incredibly unforgiving. When you're going against the best of the best, like in a T-bow versus fight, no arm, it literally will take only one minor mistake for you to die. One minor fuck up and you're dead pretty much. Most of the time at least. Let's see. IRL habits to contribute to your PK skill level. Getting in the habit of consistent PKing every single day and practicing the metas, being a sweat while doing it, not smoking weed, in general, like just if you don't do drugs, you know, that contributes to not having brain fog. Even because here's the thing about, you know, certain drugs, especially like marijuana, is you're still gonna have some level of brain fog even when you're not high on it. Which I've noticed. But obviously, in general, you're not going to want to PK while high or drunk. If you don't want, if you're not willing to lose. If you don't mind losing the shit and you're just doing it for fun, fine, go ahead and do it. But if you're trying to be sweaty about it, don't do it while you're high. Don't do it while you're drunk. Don't do it while you're in any sort of negative mindset at all. If you're having a bad day, don't go high risk, etc. Just pay attention. All right. Character true location. This applies to like MSB fights on Pier or just like Venged No Arm, but like both of you guys, this applies specifically to when you both are MSB fighting. So what I mean by this is just because your character is on a tile doesn't mean that they're right there. Because you can do these specific weird movements where, for example, you will be in 2-tick range, so you can 1-tick double wall Elder, but it looks like you're 8 tiles away that direction. Perfect example of it is the Hunter's Crossbow. When you shoot that bastard and you're just running around, your character goes flying, and that's because, you know, your character isn't actually right there, per se, if you're just, you know. And because of this, you can use this to your advantage and act like you're 8 tiles away from your opponent. Well, no, you're not. You're 2 tiles away. It's just that it's, in a sense, you're invisible to where your true location is. So yeah, it's just one of those really advanced moving strategies. There's a lot of cool little ways you can move. Yeah. Go ahead and drop these bones. Looks like we got 19 left on this task. Let's get back up to 118 stats. Knowing how to become the best possible Venge Beginner. I already went through this. Important thing is just to be a sweaty gamer. Doing it daily. And practicing the metas. At the end of the day, those are the most important things to reach your own skill ceiling. I'm not saying it'll be easy, though. You know, it takes years to hit. It takes years of daily practice to hit your skill ceiling in Venge. It probably took me to hit my skill ceiling. Just for example, I don't think I hit my skill ceiling until August 2022. So about, you know, roughly a year-ish ago. And I've been doing it since at least mid-2017. So it took me a little over 5 years to reach my own skill ceiling. And I'm assuming they would be pretty similar for you boys. Half a decade of work and you'll reach it. Assuming you do, like, again, probably, if you can average like 4 hours a day, 5 years straight, you'll hit your skill ceiling. I'm pretty confident in that. Alright, what's next? See if we get anything off this dragonite. No, just bones. By the way, boys, I just hit 40 million Slayer experience. Feels good, man. Wait, I gotta put on chop. I really want to get these 200 mils out of the way. Alright, expect the unexpected. If you get into the mindset where you always think that your opponent's just treat your opponent as if he's the best PKer in the world by a landslide. And just always act like the next game tick, that's when he's going to spec you. If you can get into that type of mindset, you're going to be dying a lot less. That's the type of mindset you're going to want to be in. You don't have to eat an on-pid spec if you are good enough. So let's just give you guys an example. So you cast an Invisa Gmaul. Let's just say your opponent Gmaul AGS's you and it's their PID. And you're on 90 HP, okay? 90 HP. He hits a 0 Gmaul but then an 86 AGS. So now I'm down to 4 HP. You're gonna assume something like, oh, if I only hit the 4 Gmaul though, I would have killed his stupid ass. Not true. If your opponent was good enough. If your opponent's good enough, he doesn't need to eat your 0 Gmaul because it's a 0 Gmaul. You know, you're not going to hit a 90 AGS. That's the type of mind, you know. Basically, in order for you not to eat something that's on PID, you have to 100% expect them to spec at that time and be disgustingly fast with your reflexes. and disgustingly good with your eats. So yeah, there are people in this world, and that also ties into another. There's hundreds of unpredictable strategies, but this is just one, because you can use that to be unpredictable, and use that to invis-avenge him the next time he hits you, after he just quote unquote chanced you, or that's what he believes. All right, so we got specking in the same game tick with no spec with Gmaul. So you're doing like an AGS double maul, you know, one of those same tick things, but you're doing it with a weapon that has no spec bar. Like for example, the Elder Maul double maul in the same game tick. The only reason why this is possible is because of bad ping. And the only way you can do it is if you have bad ping and your main-handed weapon is a spec bar weapon, like an Abyssal Whip. Because here's the thing, when you go from a whip to an Elder with bad ping, there's going to be that fat-ass delay is going to apply to the spec bar as well. So that spec bar is still going to stick around until the game realizes that you're not... Until the game realizes you're wielding a non-spec bar weapon. And because of that, you can do shit like Elder Maul, double mauls. Very unpredictable. And again, that's a very unpredictable strategy for sure. And no arms. It's definitely applicable in no arms. But as far as non-no arm fights, I don't know how applicable that is, because I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's possible to do Elder Mauls and then double maul and a good XP drop. I'm pretty sure that is possible. Obviously, you're gonna have to have insane reflexes, and again, you're gonna have to have shit ping. So, yeah. I've never seen anyone do that before, though. Like, they're, like, fighting someone in defense, and then they're just Elder Maul double mauling on the same game tick with their shit ping, but they're only good on doing that on, like, a good XP drop on Elder Mauls. That's one of the things that, like, I've never seen in my thousands of hours of watching videos and PKing in general. There's one other thing I've never seen anyone do, besides me as well. This is the... Well, I've never even done that, just because, you know, I've never bothered to do it, because I never... needed to do it per se. But there's another thing I'll talk about deeper in the iceberg that I've only seen myself do, but yeah, again, I'll talk about that later. So Oda is probably not the best high risk Avenge carrier because of the underground high riskers that, again, no one knows who they are. They don't make YouTube videos, they don't stream, but again, they have their, you know, the skill level is there that rivals Oda. Specking a rage typer when they type. Again, if someone is pissed off at you and they type a lot in the fights, you could use that to your advantage to go for a chance. You don't have to eat non-ping. I already talked about that. Learning which worlds have best ping for you for high-risk fights. This one only applies to the real game, because only the real game has a lot of servers to work with. Meta inventory setup. Hard to show you guys, but it's just basically 1 super combat, 2 super restores, 1 brew, 1 pineapple pizza and a Guthix rest, 4 or 5 Karam ones depending on the situation, an anti-venom, teleport out, venge runes, and of course your 22 healing food, preferably anglerfish, just so you can overheal at the beginning of the fight. Okay, but then the last thing you need to understand about about meta inventory setup is you're gonna want to have your AGS and Gmaul on the very left side, on the slot, on this slot right here, because the spec bar will be right here, meaning you can one tick shit way easier if you have like your AGS here and like your Gmaul here, or like an AGS here, Gmaul here, like a Gmaul here, AGS here, or just or maybe above. Preferably, I like to keep my AGS right here, and then Gmaul right here, and then sometimes I'll just swap it out depending on what situation I'm currently in my fight. Because maybe I want to go for a norm Invisa, or sometimes I'll go for like an Invisa 3-tick Gmaul. You know, it just depends what I feel is most unpredictable in the current moment. But yeah, and then obviously like your DH axe, you know, again, like I'd say like right around here. Very helpful to keep it right around here. Your triple eights, I keep my triple eights right here. I'll have my angler right here, my brew right here, and then the karamba one right here, just so you can triple eight in a very easy fashion, you know. All right, let's go to get one more yell going, and then I'll continue talking about the iceberg. Finding achievements. Live on YouTube. I fletched so hard. I'm chill. Okay. Okay. Let's see what else is there. Advanced range moving strategies. That's just that shouldn't be there because I already talked about it. Tick switching to confuse opponent. This is incredibly niche, but you know, I guess you could do it like switching to a ham joint out of the blue and then going for a spec. But you know, even though you're kind of messing with the ticks, it's still not recommend doing because it's obvious that you're about to go for something if you're switching up the tick cycles. You feel me? So, which means that, you know, you shouldn't be doing that unless you're like trying to have fun in a casual fight, like in Bounty Hunter or something. Like, if you just want to have fun, you can do it, I guess. But I don't do it ever. Okay, so that's everything on the 7th section. So now we're gonna pull out the 8th section. Oh, looks like I have to go get new task. I didn't realize that. Oopsie. Alright, well, let's go. It doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and open these crystal keys and get a new side task. And pull out section 8 of the iceberg right after. How many strong boxes do I have? 16 and 20. That's a lot. I'll definitely open those sometime this stream. When there's a couple more people in here chilling in the chat, I'll go ahead and open those for some content. 13 super combats, and I mean, combats are okay, I suppose, but Snapdragon's kind of gross. Alright, let's get 7, 2, 3, 4. Get like 10. Yeah, that's good enough right there. Alright. What are we gonna get this time? Is it, well, obviously we're gonna get dragonites, but can we get lucky on it? And this looks like it's, yeah, getting unlucky again. Got really unlucky last time. Can we get in the next few at least? I'm already dry on it. I don't think there's task waiting. I wonder if there is task waiting on RuneSaga. Okay, here we go. 85 dragonites. I'll take that. Some mystic ticket. It's not just a mystic ticket, boys. It's some mystic ticket. Not just any. Not just any mystic ticket. Some. Still really confused why that some part's there. I'm assuming it's just more or less just a troll from like Jesse Larkin Wizard, just to, you know, just to kind of just confuse people, just because haha funny, I guess. Alright, let's go ahead and get back into it though. So we're gonna take this off. We're gonna do the Gyazo thing once again. Alright, pull up section 8 and section 9. It's a little ugly. I'm gonna have to re-Gyazo that. Alright, it's a lot better. Alright. Alright, save image as desktop. X that out. Properties. Browse. Okay. Alright, here it is. Alright, let's get this more properly shrunk down. That should be good enough right there. Okay, so let's get this dragonite killed off real quick. I'm not start talking about it again. Section 8 of the iceberg, by the way. Got 3 more sections to cover, boys. Okay, eating an Invisavenge that's on PID. The only way you can eat an opponent that's Invisavenging you, and it's their PID, is by predicting that they are about to Invisavenge you ahead of time, in combination of just eating on your XP drop. You're gonna double eat on your XP drop, wait a half a tick, and then single eat after. That, if you do that, you will eating to 115. You know, eating to that double eat to 115 will make it so you don't get chance from the Invisa AGS, and then that half a tick Karam eat will make it so you don't get chance on their Gmaul. That's the thought process behind it. Purple Halloween. I've never seen one of those in the game before. Alright, piss off your fight to get an easier KO. It's just another form of baiting you can do. It's, to be honest, like, if he didn't provoke you, it's a scummy way to bait, but, like, if he's being an asshole first, you know, it's not that big of a deal. And you can actually do the opposite as well. You don't have to be a rat to him to get him to bait him, you know, so he can take less focus on the fight because you're in his head rent-free. You can actually do the exact opposite. You can be like, you can act like he just chanced you and be like, holy fucking shit, I didn't expect you to eat there, like after the fight. Like, holy shit, you're good. Or like when he specs you and obviously you already eat, act like it was chance and say, like, wow, that was impressive. Basically just feed his pride and then just do something that's incredibly unpredictable. That's another way you can bait. Alright, let's put the chat. Gotta keep the chat pulled up. There we go. Let's make sure we're still live. Yeah, we're still live. Okay, good. Been live for over 2.5 hours. That feels good, man. I plan on being live for at least another hour and a half. At bare minimum. Okay. Yeah, but yeah. Gotta make up for not. I do apologize for not being streaming yesterday. Yeah, I don't really have any excuses for that, to be honest. Besides, I was hanging out with my bros yesterday, so I figured out I'd make it up to you boys with a, you know, at least a 4-hour stream, because you know usually I do at least 2. Well, let's do 4 of them. Make it up to you boys. It's my thought process. All right, we got crystal key already. That feels good, man. All right, when's the next world boss? 10 minutes, boys. So world boss in 10 minutes, boys. Let's get a yell going. Grinding dragonites. Live on YouTube. Come chill. My flesh. So there we go. All right. The best 2 ways to counteract being nervous / scared in a fight. Obviously, if you go into a fight and you don't want to lose what you're risking, you're gonna have some level of nervousness. Let's just call it that. Dude, we got a right half, boys. That's a full ticket right there. We have 3 in the bank. No, we had 2 left halves in the bank. So now we just need to get one right half to be evened out on the tickets. Just feels good, man. Okay, sweet. So what do we have here? We have, okay, so yeah, how to counteract being nervous or scared in a fight. So before the fight begins, obviously I recommend just listening to your favorite song in the current moment. Listening to your favorite music gives you a lot of confidence for sure. But besides that, you could just do a little bit of meditating before you enter the fight. If it's some serious nervousness that you have, you know, just clearing your mind, closing your eyes, deep breaths. Sounds weird as fuck and kind of cringe, but it works, and that's the important thing. Alright, what's next? Rub one out before works for me. Yeah. Feels... Oh. Man, I don't know, man. Pac-Man kind of a fanboy, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, but besides of that shit posting, let's get to the next topic. Making 6 figures a year beginning. This ties into RWT. That's all you really need to know. Baiting, that's already been talked about. Use Karamwan 2-tick each cycle to your advantage. Okay, so this is how it works. So, as far as the delay, before you can... So this is how eating delays work, okay? So, if it's a potion or any food that isn't a Karamwan, there's a 3-tick delay before you can drink another potion or eat another food. Unless it's a cooked Karamwan. If it's a cooked Karamwan, it's only a 2-tick delay. And because there's one less tick, you could use this to your advantage to chance your opponent. Because if you attack on that tick when they expect you to be eating, like a normal piece of food, well, that's unpredictable. Because they don't expect you to attack on the tick because you should be eating. So it'll be really fucking confused, catches them off guard very often. It's one of the strategies I like using quite a lot when I'm fighting some pretty insane PKers for sure, or I'm just in general doing a massive risk fight. I've definitely gotten plenty of kills using that specific unpredictable strategy. Alright, so what's next? How to kill an aged care. Basically, how you can kill an aged care. There's a few ways you can go about killing an aged care. You can just be incredibly unpredictable and just spec them on your pid while being incredibly unpredictable. That's one way. So they won't even have time to click their key because they're shit again. If someone's using HK, they're not good at PKing. So if you do something incredibly unpredictable on pid, they're probably not going to eat it. I'm going to be honest. But the other more common way to kill an aged care is with an Invisa AGS Gmaul. Because again, they're going to have it set up where one key is a triple E. And like I taught you earlier, that's not the meta way. It's a double single. And that's if they get the triple E off. Because an Invisa is really unpredictable. So worst case scenario, they're still going to get chanced. Because you're only going to need to hit a 115 with an Invisa AGS Gmaul. And if you're wearing a Ring of Recoil, high DPS gear, no armor, 115 is still considered a chance. If you're doing everything right, if you're doing an AGS Gmaul on Avenge with no arm and good DPS gear, yes, that is still a chance. It's realistic to hit 115 with that combo. So yeah, that's definitely the most common way to kill an aged care by a landslide. Let's see. Smiting in a risk fight is 200 IQ, so you would naturally assume smiting in a risk fight where you're not using +1 is weird to do, but it's a very smart way of thinking, because what does smart do? Okay, well, smite lowers your opponent's prayer points drastically. Okay, well, what's the consequence of your opponent? He has to drink potions more often. And what happens if you drink potions more often and you're not crazy good and don't have 0 ping? Well, you're gonna get pop locked more often. So you're smiting to get your opponent pop locked more often, and then you're using that pop lock to chance them and kill them. 100%. Okay, I'm gonna get into these. Okay, I'm just gonna go over the less interesting stuff of Section 8 before I get into these very interesting things. So knowing all the do's and don'ts in a fight, there are so goddamn many do's and don'ts in a fight that, you'll eventually get used to it after you do thousands of fights. But there's just so much to it. And on top of that, the amount of unpredictability situations that are unique, there's hundreds of them. So yeah. Okay, double ring meta strat. This is where you're basically putting on your berserker ring. You're bringing a berserker ring imbued and a ring of recoil to your fight. So you're using the berserker ring imbued when you're hitting your opponent, and then you're clicking the ring of recoil to recoil a little bit of damage back to your opponent, and you're literally flicking it constantly to get the full effects of both. Very sweaty, Very not recommended to do if you're not at least an 8 out of 10 high risk PKer. Wouldn't even consider doing that. But to get into this a little bit deeper, you should, as a normal average PKer, even above average, you should just be bringing 2 recoils. 1 recoil in your inventory, 1 you're wearing, and then what you're going to do is you're going to click that ring of recoil when you don't want to hit your opponent back, instead of clicking the ground. Because if you click the ring of recoil, it stops the attacking animation, which means you're going to be way closer. Your cursor is going to be way closer to your food. So that's the meta way to do it if you're not good enough. Yeah, and also another thing I can add on to that is you should be exchanging hits. If you have bad ping and or you're not very good, you should always be almost always be exchanging hits. Which means you hit, and then there's going to be a 2-tick delay before your opponent hits you, and then a 2-tick delay before you hit, and so on and so forth. That's what exchanging hits is like. It's what it's called. What that is basically. I just got another right. I just got another right half, boys. Nice. That's 2 full tickets I can do now. Skip this cringe ad though. Ooh, we did all the top track too. Damn. Alright, let's do the OSRS Wilderness track. We're going to do Wilderness track now, boys. Here we go. 32 tracks. Alright. Saying certain things to opponent, that's redundant. I already talked about that. Okay, now we're going to go over the 2 most interesting pieces of content on Section 8. So let's just get into, they're both equally interesting in my opinion. So let's just talk about DH first. So everyone knows that lower HP, higher max hit in DH. 2 HP plus equals 1 max hit for you. Meaning, if you're in max gear, you can hit as low as a 53 if you're on 99 HP or above, or as high as 103. If you're on 1 HP max gear, which obviously everyone knows. But the one thing you don't know is DH, the way the game works, so the way weapons in general works with ticks is it can get technical, okay? The technicality is what makes this mechanic I'm about to talk to you with. This technicality is what makes it so overpowered. And in fact, this mechanic I'm about to tell you is so overpowered that you can hit 118 as a max hit on your opponent on 99 HP in DH with the DHX. You can hit 118 on 99. This is if you're gonna DH wrist fight, you're gonna want to be good at this, and you're gonna want to be good at eating this because this shit is ridiculously strong. So how does this work? Okay, so basically, so this is how it works. When you hit with your DHX, the game doesn't roll the RNG roll right away. It rolls a little delay afters, which means if you wear a Ring of Recoil, you cast Vengeance, and you hit your opponent with a DH Great Axe at the same time as they're hitting you. Let's say you're on 99, they hit you a 48 whip. If you hit it like that, the game's not rolling your RNG on your DHX for the 99. No. It's looking at the 51 HP. 99 minus 48 is 51. Game's looking at the 51 HP if you attack at that in that way. Which means 51 max is 77, 48 whip is a 36 Venge, on top of a 5 recoil for a 48 whip. Add those numbers up, you get 118. Max hit on 99 HP with DH. And it's basically one of those mechanics where if you don't know it exists and your opponent does know it exists, you're probably not going to win against them. So how do you do this mechanic? So basically, let's say it's your pid. If it's your pid, it's a lot easier. Just Venge Axe him while wearing a recoil when he hits you, because there's that 1 tick delay before the damage splat occurs. Just do it on the weapon animation of your opponent, and then you're fine. Easy enough. Hold up, boys. But if it's not your PID and it's their PID, it becomes a guessing game. Because you just gotta assume which tick they're gonna hit you on. And then that tick they're gonna hit you on is when you're gonna go for the combo. It is a guessing game, yes, but it becomes 99% less of a guessing game if you are a master, if you understand ticks perfectly and understand how your opponent is as far as their predictability level. If you're good at predicting your opponent and you're good with ticks, you're not going to have a problem with, chancing them, even though there's a 0 millisecond delay reaction time because it's their PID. It becomes way less of a guessing game if you just know what you're doing. Okay, and now for the other thing that's really interesting to me. So there's a strategy in... Actually, let's get yellow going before we talk about this. Grinding... Am I sure I want to exit? Why would I want to exit? Alright. Client was trying to make me exit the client. I don't know why I have. That's weird. Whatever, though. Alright, got the yell going on. Let's talk about the last thing on Section 8. Then we'll get to Section 9, and then Section 10. And then we're done with this chart. Okay, so the 100% chance strategy. There is a strategy that exists that gives you a perfect 100% chance at chancing your opponent. And this is because of, again, it's because a 3-tick Gmaul is possible, and it's because of how short the eating cycle is and how perfect you have to be in order to eat a 3-tick Gmaul. So basically, if your opponent is super good, this is how it works. If your opponent, if you eat on the second or the third tick after your opponent hits massive on you, that means you can only get a triple eat in. But like I taught you boys earlier, you can get 5 eats in, the double triple. But if you're eating on the second or the third tick after it hit massive on you, well, that's telling them. If you eat on the first tick, that means you ate it perfectly. If you ate it afterwards, that just means that the eating animation didn't go off and you ate it perfectly again. But if it's on the second, third tick, that means that's telling your opponent you just fucked up. And so what they're going to do is going to Gmaul AGS you or like a double Gmaul Elder you, and that's a guaranteed chance because you can only get a triple 8 off. So if they read it, it's a guaranteed chance because you can only heal 56 HP, not 96 like you're supposed to. They realize it, they use it to your advantage, and then they kill your ass or just at least chance you pretty hard. At worst case scenario, doing this, worst case scenario, it's a 99 chance. Which, again, 99 HP is a lot, yes. I'm going to skip this. This is a really boring track. Hopefully there's not an ad. Skipping the ad. Okay, yeah, predicted the ad. Okay. But even then, even if it's only a 99 chance, the chances of in a no-arm fight, the chances of a double Maul Elder hitting a 99 is super likely still. Even if you're in defense, the chances of you hitting a 99 with a Gmaul AGS spec is still really likely. So it's still considered a chance, even in defense. So yeah, that's really interesting. That's very deadly, very interesting strategies. And that's why that right there is just one prime example of, what makes Ventriris so unforgiving. Because literally you make one mistake, if they realize that you just made a mistake, which they probably will realize, more likely than not, you're gonna get Giga chanced. Best case scenario. Okay, let's pot up. Anything I kill? Nah. Alright, so that's section 8 completed. Let's go ahead and go to section 9 now. So the 120 attack strategy. So if you're gonna want to go full sweat mode, so I told you before you enter a fight, you're gonna want to Angler, Anti-Venom, Super Combat, and Don't Venge. Technically speaking, the meta thing to do is Angler, and then drink a Samrock Brew, and then drink a Super Restore, then Super Combat, Anti-Venom, and then enter the fight. What this will do is you're still getting 121 HP. It's basically the same exact situation. You're just getting 2 extra attack levels. You don't have 118 attack. You have 120 attack, and you get that +2 boost until you brew for the first time. It's fairly niche, but it's still helpful enough to be, worth doing if you're willing to do it. But again, it's very sweaty. It's not exactly needed. Especially if you're in a norm fight. Then it means even less. Alright. Taking advantage of opponent immaturity. I already talked about this again, but yeah. The perfect mindset condition to be in a fight. I already talked about that. You're just going to want to be in a good state of mind while you're not high or drunk. Pretty much. RSPS is garbage. Immaturity. So obviously everyone knows the PvP scene is the most toxic scene in RuneScape. Bad peeing really fucking wrecks you. Especially if you're in risk fights and you're dying a shitload. When you're dying for a serious amount of money, just because bad ping doesn't want to register the eat in time, you have no idea how triggering that is. If you're going to go into PKing and you want to become a risk fighter, the only way you're going to have to get used to dying a lot. And because of that. And you're going to want to just straight up avoid any really good fighters that have good ping. Yeah. It is incredibly frustrating. I get pissed at it every time I PK, pretty much. So it's one of the things you're just going to have to get used to if you do want to start getting into PKing, is bad ping. Bullshit RNG. Yeah, bullshit RNG can happen, like a 45-45 double wall and fucking Darok, that shit isn't even supposed to be happening. 89 HP in DH is an incredibly safe HP. It's an incredibly safe HP even in norm. But, RNG, it fucks you over sometimes, and there will also be times where you'll chance your opponent, unironically, 20 plus times, and then they'll get you first chance. As far as, the highest chance number I've gotten where my opponent didn't die, I think it's around, 70-ish chances I've chanced my opponent and they didn't die. From all 70 chances. And all these chances were decent chances. Yeah. Let's see. Mastering all unknown unpredictability strategies. There's hundreds of them. Hundreds of unique situations. Yeah, it's a big entanglement web that the only way you're going to master it is if you do literally tens of thousands of fights and go out of your way to become really good. Perfect eating while cursor is far away from your food is possible without AHK, even if it's an on-pid spec. So let's say your cursor is okay, so your triple eights are right here. Your cursor is over here. Let's say you're doing an AGS spec double maul hover, and they're specking you and it's their PID. It's possible to get your cursor all the way over from here to here and do the perfect eat. It's possible, even if they have on PID. Even though you have only 0.4 seconds to do that, it's still possible, and I know that's possible because I do that. Again, the only way you're going to get that good to be able to do that, even one time in your life, is if you do thousands of hours of PKing over the course of several years. Okay, so that's section 9 of the iceberg. We're going to go ahead and cover the final section. The craziest, the unknown of the most unknown, the hardest of the hardest. More or less, it's a lot more unknown than hardest of the hardest, I'd say. But there is a couple of them that are just disgusting, just fucking gusting. Alright, so we're going to get this image cleared, and we're going to do the Gyazo thing one more time. Alright, pull up click one of these dragonites. Alright, let's go ahead and Gyazo this last section of the iceberg, boys. Quite a few of these strategies, though, I've either realized were a thing. I mean, a lot of these, actually, let's go through it, see. 1, 2, Okay, yeah, 2 of these strategies in Section 10 I invented myself. I'll tell you which ones they are once I'm going over them. Alright, let's go ahead and save this Gyazo. Save image as. Click another dragonite real quick. Alright. Desktop. Saved successfully. Let's go to properties. Browse. Desktop. Alright, this is the final tier. Let's go ahead and get that pulled up properly. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and start talking about the last section. The Oda block never dies strategy. I can't tell whether or not I made the strategy of this myself or Oda block made it himself. And what I mean by that is Oda block does do this, but he says that he only does this because he's a spastic. He's just doing it just for the hell of it. But it's hard to believe that because this thing he's doing actually provides some serious benefits. So basically, what I'm talking about is Oda block doing this. So if you do this, you know, if you do it constantly, thousands of times, getting into the routine of doing this, doing this right here perfectly mimics a triple 8 actually. So what that means is you're gonna be eating your triples way faster. You're gonna get exponentially better when you start doing this, and you're gonna be dragging your food hell of a lot less. So that alone is a disgusting benefit that already makes it really worth doing. But if you also do this inside of a fight when it's safe for you to do it, the benefit that's the second benefit it provides when you're doing it in a fight is it forces you to fully concentrate on the fight. Just basically ties into like you always being ready. It just solidifies you always being ready for the unknown of what could happen next in the fight. Yeah. So next one we got right here is I'm gonna get to that on last because that's super fucking interesting. But using a poison timer, I'd rather just talk about using an opponent advantage timer first without rule breaking. So like I told you guys, yo, what's up, Oz? How you doing today, buddy? We're just talking about my iceberg, my Venge PKing iceberg, and I'm on the last section. So it's a good time for you to tune in. Hell yeah. How you doing today, though, buddy? Anyways, so as I told you guys earlier, using an opponent advantage timer, that's actually a legitimate plugin in incliners that you use, and that's against the rules. If you're clienting, it's against the rules. But there's a way to get that opponent venge timer, which means, again, what an opponent venge timer does is it makes it so you always know whether or not, well, at bare minimum, you always know. The one I use makes it so you always know whether or not they can venge stack you out, which means 2 benefits. Your opponent becomes way more predictable. Second one, your opponent, can't anti-stack you with your venge, meaning you'll be dying a lot less. What I'm basically saying is you're going to be able to go for a lot more chances off PID because you can always be confident in your ability of like, oh, is he going to venge stack me if I do this off PID? Like, no, you don't need to worry about that if you have an opponent venge timer. But there's a couple different ways you can do it without it being considered cheating. The one I like to do, the one I always do, this is my preference, is I will go on Google, I'll type in stopwatch, and I'll just use the Google stopwatch. I'll minimize it, put it right next to my client, leave it some room to go into the minutes, and then I'll start it in 1 or 2 situations. I'll start it either A, when my opponent pre-venges, or B, when the fight begins. Either way, I'm starting it. Every single fight. And then what I'll do is when my opponent venges, I'll look at the timer for a split second. Just look a quick 1, 2. and then whatever the number it is, I'll just add like 29 seconds. I'll do the simple addition in my head, and then I'll use, let's say, and then I'll just keep that number in my head for the duration of that 30 seconds. And because of that, now I know. Now I can go for a bunch of off bid chances, and it feels good, man. It's very, very overpowered. Yeah. Let's see. What's the next one I don't want to... Dying one time every 300 to 1,000 plus hours of high-risk PKing to something that's your fault. So, this is just basically talking about what's the human limit, as far as, like, skill ceiling goes. What can humans do with that's actually realistic? So I'll just tell you what I can do. I haven't died in around 1,000 hours of high risk, give or take. Basically, the last time I died to a mistake that wasn't... The last time I died to a mistake that wasn't the cause of me being fried off my ass or tired off my ass was in mid-August of 2022. So, the human capability of high-risk venge is easily well over 1,000 hours of active fighting without death. As far as, like, limit... I'd say it's probably a little over 3,000 hours of high risking, at least 2,000 hours, bare minimum. But I'd probably say like I've been 2,000 to 5,000 hours. You'll die once to a mistake is the human limit. But obviously, the only way you're gonna get to that is if you're disgustingly sweaty. You're doing this constantly. You have some level of being smart. Yeah, those are just basically the big things. And you're doing this for years and years and years. The only way you're gonna be able to hit here's the thing, even the people risking T-bows on roads to RuneScape like 10 bill no arm fights, most of them are still getting chanced like one time every few fights. So it takes a certain amount of janitorial to actually get to that point. If that makes sense. Okay. Alright. Massively... Okay, so not eating on XP drop without getting chanced. So if your opponent on-pit invises you, and you predicted it ahead of time, and you're able to do the XP drop to hit splat conversion in your head in time to know if it's a chance or not, it could literally look like your opponent chanced you because you didn't eat it. But here's the thing. You didn't need to eat it. This is definitely possible in multiple PvP private servers, but my buddy did say that it's probably not possible in OSRS. I don't know how much I do believe him though, because he was wrong. He was wrong a couple times on other things. So all I know, it definitely is a thing that you can do on private servers. And then using a poison timer, it ties in with the venge timer. I don't use it because it's just so sweaty. I don't even do the 120 attack thing most of the time because it's so sweaty. But let's talk about the last thing, which is, in my opinion, the most interesting thing on this iceberg. Mainly because I'm the one that discovered this, and it's just so insanely out of the box. So this is basically explosives. This is massively reducing HP in a DH fight and a game tick, then using that to chance opponent. So the basis, in order to be able to do this in the first place, you gotta have perfect mastery of ticks. That's the first thing. But in general, there is a way in a PvP fight. I did confirm this on OSRS Wiki too. OSRS Wiki confirmed this as well. You can do a specific like triple E and drop explosives from the dig site quest to reduce your HP by 95. You can go from 99 to 4 HP, and then if you combine that with the second DH mechanic I taught you, that's a guaranteed giga chance. Guaranteed giga chance. The best way you can use this is when you're at the end of a fight and you have like basically no food left and you're gonna tab anyways. Most people in that case would just locator orb, but that can only deal you 10 HP per game tick. But the thing I'm talking about reduces your HP by 95. I can't remember I think it's like nitroglycerin that you drop. Ooh, got another lift half. Fuck yeah. It has to do with, I think it's like nitroglycerin you drop, I believe, and then you triple eat a specific niche potion, and then you eat a couple of foods that deal you guaranteed damage to you when you eat them. One of them being a poison combo one. I can't remember the exact combo though, because I did the research quite a few months ago. But yes, you can't. That is possible. Yeah. But yeah, that's the whole entire Bench Became Iceberg done, boys. How long did that take to talk about? I think I started talking about it at the beginning, near beginning. Yeah, definitely like a 2-hour talk, TED talk that I just got done with. Not bad. Alright, let's get a yell going. Yeah, I'm gonna get a stretch in as well. Haven't stretched in a few hours. Alright. Alright. Let's get a stretch in. Okay, that was a good stretch. Alright. Okay. What did you guys end up eating today? I had a few burritos from Taco Bell today. Yeah, it's the only thing I ate today, though. Had some water as well. Got myself 3 cheesy bean and rice burritos from Taco Bell. Add beef and extra creamy jalapeno sauce. Whew, okay. What time is it where I live? It's 11. It's nearly midnight where I live. Someone got 3 back-to-back right halves from Mewtwo. Oof, that's rough. Holy shit! What the fuck? Wow. That taught me. I'm telling you, boys, it's always when you least expect it when you get the big ass drops. God damn. Easy little 2-biller right there. A little over 2-biller. Let's throw that in TP right away. I think it was like 700 KC ago I got a Dragonite skull. Something, I think? I might be wrong. Let's see. Alright, Dragonite skull. Ooh, some rat undercut me again. 2200. Let's get that. Let's go ahead and undercut his ass too. Again. I'll win the undercut game. Forehead. But let's do 2190k plats. Hee 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 ha ha. I wonder when he put in that offer. Looks like it was like an hour-ish ago. So he probably won't, he might not even undercut me. He might be just straight up going to bed. Because this is the downtime of the server usually. Skull. Yep, I have the cheapest skulls in the TP. And if I can get, that's 4.4 bill in my pocket. Which means that's, I mean, that's at least 7, that's probably like 8, yeah, 7 or 8 Mystic tickets. So technically speaking, so you got, let's just call it 8 that I have in TP. Actually, I am selling supplies as well. Let's call that 9 Mystic tickets in TP. And then obviously we've got 10 and then 11. So we've got 11 Mystic tickets banked right now. And then if we just check in, so that means 30, so technically speaking, we're 36 out of 100 on this achievement. Pretty lit. Alright, so let's go ahead and get that out. Get the combat sale. Prayer potion's a good one. I think now that I'm gonna chill out a little bit more, since I'm not focusing on the iceberg now, I'm gonna actually. I think I'm gonna melee card up, at least melee card. I definitely got to be really careful about using cards because there is that boss that's coming out really fucking soon. So actually, no. In fact, no, I'm not going to even use a single card anymore unless it's like a 5% luck. I'm only going to be using 5% luck cards here on out, and I'm only going to be using them on well fills, the luck well fills, so when I actually use these. So yeah, I'm definitely going to need to start saving those up. Okay, let's go ahead and grab another. Oh, we don't need to grab another slate attack. We got like a couple more to do. I think I did not mean to enter the Forbidden Forest. What's the well looking like? Wait, what the fuck? We got 3 10% luck fellas in one day? Bro, shout out to Effigy. What a homie. Damn, what a nice fucking guy. Okay, that means we're gonna do 2 Mystic. Am I actually reading? Dude, what is our luck today on this server? Alright, let's do these 2 Mystic tickets then. Yeah, I'll pop a 5% luck card for sure. Alright, just get best in slot. Put that on the bottom. Just bring like 3 range. 10 brew. 5 of those, rest of anglers. Alright, boys, we're gonna do 2 Mystic tickets. Definitely not gonna wanna forget either ring. Let's make it a little bit more easy for double eating. That looks a lot better. Alright, boys, 2 tickets, 2 tries at psychic pieces. So good luck to me. Get back to 120. Is he not going to do the lightning phase yet? Wow, not even one lightning phase. Okay. Any psychic pieces? It's just shitty crystal key. Feels bad, man. Alright, we still got one more chance though at a psychic piece. Have we opened all those crystal keys yet? No. Right, I'll open them after I get this last mystic ticket dealt with. Destroy. Create. Alright. Oh, insta lightning phase. Okay. Interesting. I'm just gonna camp the greed ring. Okay. Let's get a double eat in. Alright, are we gonna get a psychic piece this kill? I would love it. I'm gonna put that on. Come on, gimme. Gimme your psychic pieces. Don't be a rat. I deserve a psychic piece. Come on. Come on. You know you want to give it to me. Gimme. Psychic wand? Ugh, that's sad. 27 KC, still nothing. Oh well. Alright, let's get back to grinding out dragonites. Is that all the gear I need? Yeah, looks like it. Let's get that ring of greed on. Let's do that. Coins out. Alright, there we go. Alright, back to the grind. How long have I been live for? 3 hour, 20 minutes? Okay. Nope. Gotta put that on. 8 million attack experience away from 200 mil. Not bad. That'll be my third 200 mil. And just work on 200 mil defense after that. I mean, I'm certainly going to get. I'm definitely gonna get 200 mil defense and attack before I can consider myself done with dragonites. Unless I get like ridiculously lucky. Like it's just yeah, should most likely gonna happen. Get greed on. Got 1500, so I got like what is that, like 25 minutes of luck boost. Alright. What are you guys up to right now? What you doing in game? This is all I'm gonna be doing. As far as like stream content, like I'm probably just gonna only camp dragonites unless I get like super bored of them. I'll do Capone, but like these are just way too good of money to just like not do them for achievements. If I'm gonna be efficient about it, I need to be doing these. Just want to rush that comp cape. I think it's the fish that's done this, but there's someone in game that's completed every last achievement besides AFK zone. Like, that's so crazy to me. Like, I thought I was a grinder. Like, fuck. Like, these motherfuckers be like literally like they're like if like they're literally playing like at least 12-hour days every single day. Probably closer to 16 to be honest. To have that much progress done. Probably putting in 16-hour days since release. Or close to it. Which I find insane. It's definitely an impressive amount of dedication, I'd say. 476 crit. Jeez, I'm not even 20% carded. That's pretty crazy. See if this 10% luck well fill will help me out with maybe getting like another skull, maybe some halves or full mystic tickets, please. Pulse. Working with 30% luck bonus when I put on the greed. So that's nearly 1 in 3 chance of doubling my drop. So that feels good, man. Feels good, man. They released that chart yesterday on the Discord about like what they're gonna do with the game. As far as updates going forward, and very interesting. Like I'm very excited for what they have because they're gonna release. The next thing they're gonna release is that's big is the T80 melee armor, which is that skull boss that you see that everyone saw in sneak peek, and then after that it looks like they're going to do T80 range to end the T80 trifecta, and it's gonna be just a T80 range boss. And then after that, it sounds like they're... What's the next thing they're going to do? Oh yeah, they're going to do their raid next. They're going to work on raids next. And they said they're going to go all out on the raids. They said it's going to look beautiful, and it's going to be very decently challenging from the sounds of it. And then after that, they're gonna work on. They're gonna give all the levels in the game be able to go up to 120. And if you guys are wondering what XP that is at 120, it's a little past 100 mil. I believe it's 104 mil to reach 120. I think they're only doing that with the skills though, but I could be wrong. They could make it to make, you know, combat stats 120 as well. It's possible they'll do that as well, but definitely they'll do 120 skills. Yeah. Oh yeah, they also said they were talking about Zone 6 to 8 that they're gonna release. That's another thing they're gonna release. Yeah, from the sounds of it, it's gonna be group content oriented, and it's gonna be similar to like getting Soul Up for the first time. From the sounds of it, I don't know exactly what they mean by that. I'm really fucking hoping that they don't mean what I think they mean, which means like if you fail the upgrade from T5 to T6, that you literally fucking lose it. I don't think that's healthy for the game if that's how they do it, because just to get one T5 thing is like I think it's like over a 40-hour grind, right? Yeah, it's around a 40-hour grind to get up to a T5 from nothing, which, you know, I'm just gonna be honest, it's gonna kill the game if that's how they do it. Yeah. So hopefully they don't. They said they were gonna do something unique about it, and they did compare it to, you know, Ensouled Lanterns. But let's just hope to God they don't mean what we think they mean. How is T5 a 40-hour grind? So if you're using Best in Slot minus Psychic, this is what I'm talking about. Like if you go and do Capone, you're gonna need on average to get 7 engines, which is a 1 in 50 drop. So it's 350 kills, which is roughly like 22, 23 hours of grinding. Realistically, a little around 23 to get those 7 engines. Yeah, so yeah, they're gonna have to really tread carefully. But yeah, 20-hour grind just for the T4 to T5 one thing on average. That's average RNG. And then T0 up to T4 is probably you're probably looking at another 20 hours of grinding. So yeah. 7 engines is T5 what you mean. So yeah, it's 15% exactly. Well, if you take 15%, well, you're not gonna get 1 of 1 on a 15% chance. 1 of 1 is only a 100% chance. And then once you get to 50%, that's 1 of 2 on average you'll get. But if you go down to 15%, that's around a 1 in 7. 15% is around a 1 in 7 chance. It's just a little bit. I think it's like a 1 in 6.7 chance. Meaning, on average, you should expect to chuck 7 engines at the table before you get a T4 to T5. Well, how long does it take to get 7 engines on average from Capone? Around 20 hours. Talking per piece, I think. Yep, I'm talking per piece. That is true. And someone just got a Chaos Engine as we were talking about it. Oh wait, X Jacob. I didn't even realize that you just entered the chat. How are you doing today, X Jacob? D's nuts. D's nuts indeed. I agree. Okay, grinding achievements. There we go. Someone's got its T1 crossbow. That's cool. Oh, music paused. Kind of silly that it pauses like that, but meh. Okay. So you got. Oh, we need to go pick up another Slayer task. I completely blanked out. Go get another Slayer task. I think what I'm gonna do actually now is open those boxes. Open these strong boxes. Let's go ahead and do that now. It's 1 in 7 change, 50 kills for drop. 50 kills for drop, 6 pieces, 42 engines on average. Average kill time to respawn, 2 minutes. I was getting, 2 minutes, that sounds right. 2100 kills for 42 engines on a rate. Or 70-hour average grind for T4. That sounds hella wrong, but I'm gonna confirm that. Let's see. Okay, so 1 in 7 change. So yeah, so you do agree. 7 engines chuck at the table. You do agree. 7 engines on average for 1 T5. You do also agree it's a 1 in 50 drop. 6 pieces. We agree with that as well. 42 engines on average. I agree with that as well. Average kill time respawn 2 minutes. That's fair as well. 2100 kills for 42 engines on rate. That's true. Or 70-hour grind. You're not concluding the, I don't think you're including the 2 minutes. Yeah, it's a 2-minute kill, but then a 30-minute respawn. So, because the only way you're getting 1 minute 30-second kills is if you're carded up in max. So that you're a little off on that at bare minimum. Let me check on my, okay, so 350 kills for 1 T4 to T5. 350 kills. If you're getting 2-minute kill, if you're getting, oh, I see where you're, yeah, so like, yeah, 2.5 minutes per kill, but you need 350 kills. That's 850 minutes of grinding for 7 engines. That's 1 T5 attempt. 850 minutes divided by 64 hours, and you got a little over 14 hours per engine, so I was wrong on that. But you're also a little wrong too. So actually the true amount is 84 hours or 14 hours per T4 to T5. Okay. So that's the actual right. That's one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. You get 130 in T5 no cards? Interesting. Yeah, okay, so we generally agree now. We were just off by a little bit. I was off by quite a bit, though. I see where you point that out, though, for sure. Alright. See if we can get any, like, dragon tools out of these. That'd be pretty cool. So yeah, it's around 87.5 hours at 230 a kill, and that includes banking time on top of resupply time, roughly. Let's see, 4, 5. That's just 87 hours for T4 to T5. T0 to T5 is 250 hours. These, oh yeah, absolutely. That's only for T4 to T5. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying, like, this is a private server. This isn't the real game. So they shouldn't make going from T5 to T6 make it so you literally lose your T5 thing if you fail the enchantment. The only way I'd be okay with that is if it would be at bare minimum at least a 90% success rate. I guess I can cope with that if it was only 90%, but even then I would want it to be at least 95. 90 would only hurt the game a little. 95, it would average out. It wouldn't be a good or a bad thing. But in general, they shouldn't even just go that route. I don't want them to do that. I don't think anyone wants them to do that, to be honest. Like, if we're gonna grind that many hours, you know, we're just gonna go play the real game. That's part of the private server thing, because you're playing private servers. A lot of people play private servers to, you know, get things easier. Should be easier for time and for mechanics. What are you up to right now, though, X Jacob and Joseph Nar? What are you doing in RuneSaga right now? Oh, yeah, X Jacob. I know X Jacob. I know you were in one of my previous streams. I think we talked about something that was really interesting, but I can't remember what it was, Jacob. I don't know if you remember. Just can't remember. Maybe it's a false memory. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what Joseph is doing. Been going between packs, Slayer, and Fight Caves. That's pretty efficient. Logs, 200 mil skills, 3 more achievements for all achievements. Which 3 achievements do you have left? Okay, let's go. How much luck? I think the luck ended, actually. Yeah, it's just about to end. Get that out. That out. There it is. Pack right now, Jacob. What's your IGN IQ? Oh, your IQ. Let's go. Oh wait, Swole. Yeah, Swole told me that next time he's online and I'm streaming, he's gonna give me full psychic as like the test at Capone, not to actually keep. So yeah, I think I'm gonna take his deal and do some max DPS psychic, max DPS Robo Capone. I mean. I think Jacob grinds me harder than me in this game. I think, if I can remember. From what I remember, you have like everything that's endgame, quite literally, and you're filthy rich, on top of a really good donator status. So, yeah. If my memory recalls correctly, you know, you're definitely a bigger grinder than me. Got a yell going. Wait, why are you hitting? There we go. Grinding achievements. Live on YouTube. I fletch so hard from show. Let's see. 200k more AFK tokens. 25 hard slayer attacks. 50 agility laps, and like 1k. That's all you have to do. Bruh. So like 1 day of grinding. 1 day of grinding, and you'll just have to do 200 KFK tokens. That's poggers as fuck. Yeah, that light 1k magic logs was a bitch to do. Even though it's like an hour grind only, it's just, I hate fire making. It's a dreadful activity. I wonder if they'll ever add like bonfires where it's just AFK fire making in exchange for way lower rates. I'd only be down for that though if it's like, you know, like make it like I guess like 30 to 50% XP compared if you were just to get logs efficiently, light logs efficiently. Like I got ranger boots just now. It's fucking really cool. Feels amazing, man. I'll definitely have that AFK token achievement done though before. I mean, it's definitely not going to be my last achievement. My last achievement's probably going to do In fact, I'd go as far as saying for certain my last achievement, elite achievement I'll have to complete is kill 100k monsters. Second to last though, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back to the achievements right now. I'm gonna take a look. What would be my second to last? Let's take a look. That's hard. It's definitely second to last. No, it's not gonna be that. It actually is. It's almost certainly gonna be this. Now that I think of it, either this is second to last or this is second to last. Because I'm only doing these passively. I'm getting my crystal keys from Pokeslayer, Vote Boss, and World Bosses. And then just opening them right away. That's how I'm getting all my crystal keys. I'm not buying a single one of them. So, these are almost certainly going to be my last 3, though, that I do. That 100 ticket grind, though, is fucking brutal. Like, that's more brutal than kill 100k monsters. That alone is brutal. Now that I think of it, though, I could just cram. If I do have, like, hundreds of crystal keys I still need to get by the time I have to kill 100k monsters, I'm definitely going to go AFK Dragon Bots. Definitely, probably, it's definitely the play. Those, I mean, with full T5 Soul Rot, you know, killing Dragon Bots, yeah, that's hell of crystal keys an hour. I would assume it's like, I'm assuming it would be at least like 30, you know, like at least 20 crystal keys an hour on average. Killing Dragon Bots in full T5. Surely at least that. Probably more, though. That's a really big undercut I'm talking about. That's just a massive undercut that I'm talking about. Definitely bare minimum that. So pretty sure from last time I checked, it's like 1 in 100 to get a specific crystal key part, but 1 in 50 to get either or. Do I have a task? Why do I not have a task? Alright, let's go get a task. Holy Horse Cock Batman? Interesting. Alright. Can you be nice to me this time? You have been really rude to me, Golem Class, the past couple times, so. If you can be a little bit kinder to me, that'd be nice. Looks like he's not going to be kind to me at all. No, he's just going to be a dick to me again. Feels bad, man. Come on. Come on, dragonites. Dragonites. Glimghast. You're getting... Do I need to take this to stage 2, Glimghast? Do I need to call up the homies in the cow pen? The mushrooms? We're gonna... Oh, here we go. No reason to toxic blowpipe spec you, Glimghast, now. You gave me a ton of dragonites to do. Alright. Alright, back to grinding. I'm gonna do a giveaway for you boys. I'm just gonna give away Ranger boots to the boys. Yo, giving away Ranger boots. I have on YouTube. Let's do Ranger boots plus Insult Lantern giveaway. Live, and let's do it. Let's do 5 minutes. 10. 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be good. 10 minutes on Twitch. So there we go. Just pre-type it. Crystal key, not bad. Let's get the 10-minute timer on. No, it's not gonna be 10 minutes. I'll do it again. I'll do a yell again at like 7 minutes. Alright, so 9.5 minutes. Keyword, what's gonna be the keyword? Let's make one real quick. Let's just do dragonite. Dragonite will be the keyword. Put it in the chat for you boys. Right. So just say dragonite one time in the chat and you'll be entered. Everyone who just came in the chat, how are you guys doing today? / what are you up to in the game? Good seeing you guys. That's an awesome name you got there, Corn Dog. I'm not even gonna cap. That's S tier fucking username right there. I've been here, but Soul Rot. I see. Soul Rot. Oh, you're killing the. I'm assuming you're trying to get in Soul Lanterns. Well, thank you. Of course. Hey, I like corn dogs as well. Okay. Nah, I can't say I'm the biggest fan in the world. But then again, I've never had like a homemade corn dog, so who am I to say? Yeah, right now we're listening to Wilderness Track. Trying to get slow red weapons T2 myself. So that means you're doing... So you're killing Megamush? Or are you killing Megamush and doing Barrows? Just made my sword on my 9th try. Wait. Just made sword on 9th try, need a bow. Jeez, that's rough. What the hell? 9th try. Were you the guy that I gave 3 Ensouled Lanterns to? Or like 4 Ensouled Lanterns and they failed all of them? I don't know if that was you. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, there's no way I forgot to clone Colonial. Getting away Ranger Boots. 6 5 and 6. Doing 30 seconds. Alright, gonna roll giveaway in 6.5 minutes though, boys. I think so. Lanterns and a D pick maybe. I meant T1 bow. Whoops. I'm confusing myself. Oh, okay. You good? Alright, we can do that yell now. It's been 4 minutes. And then we'll do it. And I'll do it in 5 minutes. Do one more yell in 5 minutes. Then do the giveaway in nearly 6 minutes. I know when I won a D pick or something and something else on you, it might have been Lantern. I don't know about 3. I'm just talking about this one guy that I saw in home, and he was like, he said in yell, like he just originally said in yell, hey, can anyone sell me a cheap lantern? And I just like walked up to him and gave him like 4 lanterns for attempts, and he filled all of them. Can't remember his name though. Cannot remember for the life of me what IGN is. Wait, I just got another pair of fucking Ranger boots, boys. What the hell? Okay. That's my 3rd Ranger boots this stream. Feels good, man. Oh, it's not you? Ah, I see. Oh, my buffs are gone. My luck buff is gone. Oh, I just got a right half. Was that a back-to-back drop? That was a back-to-back drop. 2760 Ranger boots. 2161 right half mystic ticket. Feels good, man. But no back-to-back-to-back, though. Never lucky. Never lucky. Yeah, I just went there. But yeah, if you haven't said in the if you haven't said in the chat already, just say Dragonite one time in the chat, and you'll be entered. If you already said it, you don't need to see it again. It's getting late where I live. Probably just gonna do this giveaway and then end the stream. Gonna end the stream at 4 hours live, which is in 9 minutes. But I will do the giveaway. I'm rolling the giveaway in 3.5. If you guys are wondering. Grayson, how you doing, buddy? What you up to in the game? Just working on the 100 Mystic Ticket achievement. Dragonites are the best money in the game, so camping Dragonites. Realized yesterday that Capone was like 2 times less money an hour than Dragonites, and you know, Dragonites are obviously super fucking chill to do. So just gonna do Dragonites. Unless I like Giga Burn out. If I Giga Burn out of Dragonites, I'll just go do Capone sometimes on stream. Just have to see what happens. But yeah, obviously, it's most efficient just to camp Dragonites to complete my elite achievements. As far as what my achievements look like, I'll show you guys that too. Oh, you good? I just started the server. Hell yeah, brother. How are you liking your stay so far? I'm assuming you're like doing barrows right now. Maybe a little Slayer. Oh, okay. Someone just bought all my raw sea turtle. Hell yeah. It's an easy 246 mil. We're on the giveaway in 2 minutes, boys. And then for the new viewers, I'll go ahead and show you guys off. Actually, I'll just show you guys off. I'll just show you those achievements. So I got easy, mediums, and hards done. I need to do 6 more elites. I need 2 more T5s. I need the body and the legs. And then I need to get 235k AFK tokens, which is about, I think it's like it's like 2 weeks of AFKing at AFK zone. Need to open 627 crystal keys more. Just doing that passively at World Boss, Vote Boss, and Poke Slayer. 100k monsters, which I'm gonna more likely than not kill 100k dragon bots. But this is the last achievement. I'm gonna save this for the last achievement I do. This one is the one I'm hyper focusing on right now. Just dumping all my money towards tickets and saving any ticket drops I get. Then just about to complete this. I only have 7 more world bosses, so I could get this done as early as tomorrow, if not definitely 2 days from now. That feels good, man. All right, back to grinding. Let's get this. So in exactly 60 seconds, boys, I will roll the giveaway. Dragonite in the chat if you haven't already. If you already have done it one time, you're entered. Oof. Damn, effigy swiper, 4,000 Alakazams. That's crazy. I'm gonna lose my fucking marbles? What do you mean by that? Is he still hunting Necro Omnicon? That's the only way he's saying that. Yeah, he's definitely extremely dry in Necro, isn't he? Damn. So he's at least 4x dry on Necro. That's sad. Fuck. That's rough. Okay, we're going to give away in 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, boys. Just rolling it. Grayson, you have won my giveaway. Congratulations, brother. What is your IGN? Go ahead and post that in the chat, and come over to Trading Post Stairs, which is like right here. I'll be right here waiting for you. Let's pull out that Ensouled Lantern as well, though. I did promise that. Let's see. Up to 2 T0 for 14 lanterns. That's really fucking rough. Let's see. Grayson, what is your IGN? Yeah, Grayson won. So what's your IGN, though? I have no idea who you are. Post your in-game name in chat, Grayson, so I can give it to you. Need the goddamn Necronomicon. Goddamn. Are you... That's like 4x dry, isn't it, though? Because that's ridiculous if you're 4x. Okay, so you're Gargle. Alright, Gargle, go ahead and come to these Trading Post Stairs. And you claim your free Ranger Boot and Ensouled Lantern. And obviously, good luck on the Ensouled Lantern roll. Hopefully you get what you're going for off this one lantern. And by the way, these Ranger Boots is... it's second best in slot behind the upgraded Ranger Boots called Verdant. So, say second best in slot Ranger Boots right off the rip. Day one of server. I consider that a W any day of the week. Technically like 3k dry. I just need to get it again for the you're just getting it for the collection log. I see. Wait, you're just getting it for the collection log. Don't you have achievements to work on, Effigy? Like, there's no way you have all your achievements done, the elite ones, or am I just trolling? All right, here's Gargle. My bad. So yep, Gargle. Yep. Okay, yeah, that's him. You enjoy this, buddy. Just go ahead and right click and then trade. Alright. Grats. Feels good, man. Alright. That right half ticket. I do have a left half in the bank, so that's another mystic ticket. Let's see, get 5 of those. Boop. Doing mystic tickets while I log hunt. Bro, Effigy, can we just talk about how we've gotten 3 10% luck well boosts in one day? Can we just talk about that, of how insanely spooned that is for like everyone on the server? Okay, Cancer Caverns. Holy crap, man, thank you. No problem, buddy. Hopefully you enjoy that. Alright, let's fuck up these dragonites. That is ridiculously lucky. That's what I'm saying. I did quite a few. I think I did like what, 6 or 7 mystic ticket KCs today. But I still haven't gotten any psychic pieces, which feels bad, man. If I do end up getting yeah, 27 out of 100. If I do end up getting any psychic pieces, I'm keeping it for my own use. Unless obviously they're dupes, then I'll just sell them for engine for T5 attempts, or if I already completed that, then I'll just put it towards like donator rank or other psychic pieces. Were you in my stream today? Wait, you streamed today? No, I wasn't. Oh. Damn, that feels bad, man. I always have a good old time in the Effigy stream. Who doesn't, though? Did 48 tickets on stream. Holy shit. Did you get any psychic pieces? Surely you got one at least. That would suck ass if you didn't. Oh, I did. Take a guess. I'm gonna assume you got one psychic piece, and knowing how spooned you are, you got the psychic wand. How right am I? Boom! I told you! You always spooned, Effigy. Ooh, that's a W in my book. How did I know that? Get that, get some water in me. What's the best water brand though? Like the West water bottle brand? I would have to go with like Ice Mountain. Ice Mountain is a very, very respectable. It's very tasteless, which is obviously what I'm looking for in a water. Then, you know, just add some Mio into that sucker, and it feels good, man. I love Smart Water. Oh, I fuck with Smart Water too, but you know, it's just more expensive. In my opinion, Smart Water and like Ice Mountain taste like exactly the same. I'm assuming you put liquid. I'm assuming you put water enhancers into your water. But when you do put water enhancers, like what do you usually do? Because I'm a black cherry or a cherry limeade man, preferably black cherry. Don't really fuck with a blue raspberry. I tried the blue raspberry. It's just I'm obsessed with blue raspberry like candies, but not the flavor enhancers. Never tried Ice Mountain. Have to try. Yeah, definitely my go-to. But then again, yeah, I only just got into drinking like water constantly because like I was obsessed with like sugary drinks, but I've canceled out probably like 95% of my sugary drinks. So yeah, I'm just trying just some different things with water. You know, drinking a cold Mio, black cherry is my way to go right now. But I'm looking into possibly buying a carbonator, because like if I get a carbonator and you know put the black cherry Mio into my water, it's gonna taste literally exactly like a Mountain Dew Kickstart black cherry, which is my favorite Mountain Dew Kickstart flavor. Straight ice water kind of guy. That's a good call. Yeah, man. How many left do we have? We have 81 left on the test. I had one of those Soda Stream carbonator things. It was pretty lit. Yeah, I fuck with like. I really like I don't like straight up carbonated water, but like if it's flavored, it just straight up enhances the taste. Damn, someone just got a 15 scroll from an Ultra Dragon. That's what feels good, man. Hit me up on Discord before you go live again so we can kill this delay. Oh, is it still delayed? Okay. Well, thank you for the help, Effigy. I respect that. Will do. In fact, I think I'm going to end here. We've been live for 4 hours. Probably what I'm going to end up doing is maybe doing a little bit more dragonites. If not, I'll just plop my account in AFK zone. We'll probably go watch that anime. More likely than not, One Piece. Plans for streaming tomorrow. Gonna go live at pretty late again tomorrow, I'm assuming. Hopefully not too late. Yeah, go live for at least 2 hours. Definitely continue the Dragonite grind tomorrow on stream. But besides that, guys, thank you for tuning in. I hope y'all have a good rest of your night. Peace out, homies.